Nicole, I like that. I like that, Nicole. What you say, Nicole? Tapping to the beat. That is it, my dear. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, Garrett. Good morning to each and everyone that is locked in. I want to thank everybody who are here despite the late start. You know, we have to put in the work. Jamaica, how you do this morning? How you come here? How you do? Everybody, Lord, you exceed my expectations this morning. 55,000 taps and class not start yet. I want to thank you guys so much for your loyalty, your love, and your faithfulness. Uncle Cole, I saw you calling me, but you know, once me the live, me can't answer. So when I wrap up the program, me and you will talk. All right, Uncle? Big up yourself, sir. If you're just joining, you're not the one that is late. I am the one that is late. You know, work have to put in and you know how the thing go. But nonetheless, I am here, Jamaica, and I want to say thanks to all those who are locked in. Good morning, Island Dreads. Good to see you, my darling. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Good morning, Taros, baby. Winsome Bennett. Nadine, big up yourself, Colors and Febby. Thank you guys for being here. Jamaica, several things to unpack this morning. Elaine, big up yourself. Tammy, thank you. Karen Harris, thank you, sir. Always tapping the screen. I appreciate that. Jamaica, a lot has been happening and I don't even know where to start this morning. When I look, I know you know I'm not going over to St. Elizabeth yet. Jamaica, it was brought to my attention that something is happening in the Ministry of Health where I don't know what is being launched, but when it comes on to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, I get to understand that Jamaica Moves, who has the I shouldn't say portfolio, but they have the mandate of carrying out the wellness aspect of the health ministry. I realized that Jamaica Moves are now partnering with another, I don't even know what to call them. But here we have another Market Me 2.0. It seems as though the Auditor General report, and the Integrity Commission's report have totally dismantled Christopher Tufton and his girlfriend's Market Me promotional agency that them have a market the Ministry of Health. Remember the backstory, man, where the Integrity Commission's report and the Auditor General report reveal that millions of contract, over $80 million worth of contract were awarded to the girlfriend of Christopher Tufton. Gager, message me after this, no man. DM me, my friend. What you say? Me and you have a project to work on? Alright, sir. Just send me a DM. Y'all remember Market Me? It came out in the Integrity Commission's report, so it's not like we're telling any lie on anybody. Whereas the former, I shouldn't say former girlfriend, I think they are still together. Tufton would have awarded contracts totaling over $80 million. To a lady who everybody uptown, and it's not like they're hiding it, are together. And I don't understand where we are going as a country. And I have to blame the people of this country. I still can't blame them because many were not aware. And for the few bloggers out there who try to do the right thing by putting out the right information, oftentimes many persons don't listen, or many persons don't really have the time to sit down and listen a program for an hour or two. Hence, they would have known the backstory, and many Jamaicans would look within themselves and said, isn't this a conflict of interest? But how many Jamaican people know what is a conflict of interest? Or how many Jamaicans are educated enough? And this is what I realize with the Jamaica Labour Party. They take pride in keeping persons illiterate so they don't know when they see certain things to identify it as a wrongdoing. Thank you, Carol Miller. Big up yourself, Mrs. Blake. I realize it is the mantra and the hallmark of the Jamaica Labour Party to keep persons illiterate and dunce. Hence the reason why many persons have now become numb to wrongdoings and corruption. Like if you should ever point out a corruption, it's like it got through one ears and come through the next. How did we get here, Jamaica? How did we get here as a people? Morning, Queening. Queen of the Pack, big up yourself as well, darling. Huh? Jamaicans for Progress is asking why the most brilliant people are the ones voting for the Jamaica Labour Party. I don't know. I'm not going to interfere with the labor rights them who come here to listen on a daily basis. I appreciate them. As long as they're not rude and nasty, then my moderators will know what to do. But this labor right is asking, how comes are the most brilliant people are the ones voting for the Jamaica Labour Party? I don't know what evidence do you have to portray this finding, but I don't know how anyone that is bright and brilliant support the Jamaica Labour Party when our economy is in a mess. We have the worst finance minister. We have the worst ministers presiding over the various ministries. And you're saying that the most brilliant are voting for the Labour Party? I will not be distracted by Jamaica Progress or whatever they call themselves this morning. Anyway, back to the substantial matter, my people, as I sup my ginger tea. Aye. So you have to drink up your ginger tea and belch off the crosses them, you know. So you see one of them just show up a while ago. The distraction, that is it, Queen of the Pack. Focus time now, class. When you look and see what is happening, starting at the Ministry of Health, right? I am getting to understand that corruption has been normalized under the Jamaica Labour Party, and they take pride in hiding corruption. So anybody that have sense, like a blogger, like myself, we have sense, and we try to educate the people, them take offense to us as bloggers. Knowing well, you know, within themselves that what we are doing is not wrong, you know. But it is the hallmark and the mantra of the Jamaica Labour Party to keep the truth withheld from the people of this country. And so Jamaica, I don't know anywhere else in this world or any other jurisdiction, any country, that a minister could be under such scrutiny, right? And he's made to remain where he is. I don't understand. There's certainly no jurisdiction, no other country where such things can happen and he or she remained at that ministry. We're not asking to fire them as a member of parliament, But the responsible thing to do is to relieve that person from all position and ministries that was assigned to him. And when I look and I see that Christopher Tufton, the health minister, for whatever is happening in his personal life, no one cares. But when you are a public sector worker and you're handling matters and monies concerning the public, then you are up for scrutiny. And what many persons find difficult to identify is conflicts of interest. So here we have Christopher Tufton, right, as the Minister of Health. And we have the member for Northwest Centre, Crystal Lee, as the State Minister. And it is no secret that the Integrity Commission would have discovered that Christopher Tufton would have awarded a contract to a particular company known as Market Me. And Market Me falls under the Ministry of Wellness. Remember, it's Ministry of Health and Wellness. So separate and apart from the Ministry of Health, you have another area to it that deals with the wellness of individuals. So the exercise, your medication, those kind of things that they would look into the wellness side of your health. And so Jamaica, the minister, Christopher Tufton, would have awarded contracts to Jamaica Moves, to which Market Me falls under Jamaica Moves. And nothing is wrong with that. Awarding contract to a responsible agency that can carry out the work. However, what many fail to understand is that the individual who is responsible for this entity called Market Me is the girlfriend to the minister. I repeat, the individual who is the owner of Market Me, a company that the minister awarded $80 million worth of contracts to, is the girlfriend of the Minister of Health, Christopher Tufton. And this is where many persons drop the ball because they don't stop to educate themselves and ask what is happening here. Many persons say, oh, so what? He award the contract to somebody, the worker do. We see them do whatever. But nobody is stopping to understand that these ministers would have signed and taken oath when it comes down to these things. And one such thing is conflict of interest. Whereas you as a minister, you cannot award contracts to individuals that are your family. Worst in this scenario, this lady is the girlfriend to the Minister of Health, and you award $80 million contract to this individual, right? And while Christopher Tufton came out and acknowledged that he did something that was wrong, which is a breach, it is a conflict of interest, but we don't see anything happen or anything went further. Why? Because the Jamaica Labour Party is in power and this is how they govern. So instead of educating the people of this country, identify a wrongdoing and call out the individual and take necessary actions, instead of the government identifying a problem and fix the problem, what they do is to continue in the mess and put out public stunt and public PR stunt to make it seem as though no corruption, despite an agency we are paying millions to do their job, discover the wrongdoing. The individual remain and they sees nothing wrong with that. Now, Jamaica, I wake up this morning and saw Crystal Lee stretching and have a man all over her, setting her body in various positions. And I delved deeper into the video and I realized that there were other individuals there, such as Kerencia Morrison. And I said to myself, say, oh, Kerencia reach here so. Babs, you know, have nothing for gear for doing at the Ministry of Culture and Gender Entertainment. How Kerencia Morrison gone over the Ministry of Health. Well, Jamaica, me see the man a twist up them and I put them in a all kind of position and them a exercise. Little did I know, Jamaica, that it seems as though the investigation that the Integrity Commission have done and would have caused significant damage to the Jamaica Labour Party, but them turn a blind eye at the Ministry of Health. It seems as though they would have dismantled Market Me. So it seems like things didn't look good, and it is clear because the blind and the deaf and the dumb could see, say, how can you award $80 million worth of contracts to your girlfriend and you don't consider that as a conflict of interest? And so it would have caused significant damage to the Jamaica Labour Party. However, the leader of the Labour Party did nothing. The individual is still there. So instead of removing Christopher Tufton from the ministry, what they did was to remove, I am only assuming, I don't know, but it seems as though they have dismantled Market Me and they have now formulated a new wellness aspect. Yeah? And the Creative Factory is calling it what? Fit Stops. Yes, see it here, Fit Stops. That is what they refer to it as. So it was launched. The Creative Factory has partnered with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to launch Fit Stops, which is a new community-based focus initiative designed to increase access to fitness and wellness resources across Jamaica. This is what Jamaica Moves was set out to achieve. This is what Market Me set out to achieve. But this is what we realize with the government today. They continue to recycle things. We see it with the Ministry of Public Works, where the Spark program became the Reach program, and then the Reach program move on to the Go program, and then the Go program recycle into the One Road Authority. All of them have to do with road, So here we have the same kind of playbook. They're repeating, this time over at the Ministry of Health. And so, Jamaica, it seems as though, yes, it seems as though Market Me has collapsed. And so they came up now with a new entity and call it Fit Stops. But I want to ask myself the question and the listeners. Who is the director and the founder of this new entity called Fit Stop? Huh? Jamaica Moves and Market Me. Has Market Me collapsed because of the embarrassment that was meted out to them thanks to the Integrity Commission? I don't know, I'm only asking. Who owns majority shares in this new company called Fit Stops? I think that this should be public knowledge. When you're spending taxpayers' money and you formulate a new company and you come to the public, I think everything should be there in place online where persons can look up what is Fit Stop, what is it all about, and we can see who is the founder, who is the director, who is chair. We need this information available. Whenever you're spending public money, these information should be readily available. And I wonder who, powering off, who owns majority shares in this new company. We need some transparency because I believe that this is Market Me 2.0 playing over all over again. I don't know. I don't know. Could it be that the member for West Rural St. Andrew, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. Remember, she is very athletic. She was once in the Ministry of Health. I don't know what happened, why she and Christopher Tufton couldn't get along, but Tufton kicked her out of the Ministry of Health and she done a national security. Now, we don't know who is behind, and this is the problem that the Labour Party often creates. They allow persons to speculate, and when you speculate and ask them the question and it blew up out of proportion now, then blame PNP and blame this and blame that. All this could have been avoided, and now me I go start call name, you know. All if me wrong, me I go start call name and ask. I wonder if Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is the owner and the founder of Fit Stops, because there is nothing out there, so we have to call name and ask questions. So until them query these things and set them house in order, then we can know what is happening. So we need to know whether or not this is Market Me reincarnation coming back all around, so that Christopher Tufton can continue to award $1 million contract to individual within his family and close individuals in the Jamaica Labour Party. We need to know. We need to have transparency in this country. It's not a good look. It is not a good look. And so we are asking the State Minister, Krista Lee, to come out and explain what is happening here. Yes, we need to know what has become of Market Me. Did they dissolve Market Me? Is it any more around? We don't know. But it seems as though because of the embarrassment that was caused and the corruption that was unfolded, yeah, and the conflict of interest, they had to put an end to Christopher Tufton's girlfriend, Market Me entity. Well, here we have Fit Stops. That is what it is called. And we need some answers. Who has the majority shares in this company? Is it Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? I don't know. But we are asking. And until the information is made available, we will continue to ask the questions. Right, Jamaica? Yes, man. We have to discover and expose what is happening in the country so that Jamaicans can be aware. Because the Labour Party takes pride in keeping the people dunce in this country. So when we see conflict of interest, the awarding of contracts to them friends and family, it is a breach. It is a breach and it is wrong. And so we are calling them out on it, Jamaica. But we know it is the hallmark of the Labour Party to keep people dunce. So when they see these things, it's like nothing. But we say no to that, Jamaica. And we will continue to expose and bring individuals to the books. And speaking of keeping the nation dunce, the member for Southwest St. Anne, the member of Parliament for Southwest St. Anne, the Honourable Xavier Main, who is the State Minister within the Ministry of Finance. I don't even know why the hell you coming out. This man has been the representative for the constituency of Southwest St. Anne for 3 terms. 15 years. And we are yet to see this man stood up in the Honourable House of Representatives and give an account for what is happening in Southwest St. Anne. Good morning, Southwest St. Anne. Good morning to the people of K Valley. Good morning to the people in Burbridge. Good morning to those around the Gibraltar Division. Calderwood people and Alexandria people no stand up. Let me ask you something, the people in Southwest St. Anne. You no have running water? You still a build the tank them pan top on no house top as air tank? I don't know, I'm asking. You no have water run through, no make a sip me ginger tea before it cold. Well on the people. Hey.
That is funny, honey. That's funny.
The ginger tea nice, you see, people.
It's funny.
I don't know when the ginger tea busting off in my head, me just attack up the things them.
Dead.
Now, Cookie, come here, my friend. I need to know what has Xavier Main done for the people of Southwest St. Anne.
Emotional.
Separate and apart from the heap of capture land them where take place around a Russia, around a Armadale, and wherever the people them from nowhere are left are coming to Southwest. This is what Labour Party does best, you know. Create garrisons and allow the heap of informal settlement to take place and then create some stronghold in the country. Xavier Main, I want to ask you this morning, what development have you brought to the people of Southwest St. Anne? Now, me want to ask the Member of Parliament. You are the State Minister in the Finance Ministry. What development have you brought to Southwest St. Anne for the 15 years you have been in Southwest St. Anne? There is the Abutnot Gallimore High School. You don't know how that high school was built. You have the Charlton Primary School. You don't know how it was built. You have the Alexandria Community Hospital. You don't know how it was built. The post office, the infant school, the 4 Chinese supermarket were in the town. You don't know how none of those development came to Southwest St. And I am asking you this morning, respectfully, what development have you brought to Southwest St. Anne? I want to ask, are you aware, Jamaica, that Southwest St. Anne are one of the many constituencies that is a stronghold for the Labour Party? And in 2026, persons are still bathing in bath pans and drums. People are still carrying water because there's no running water in Southwest St. Anne. This is a stronghold for the Jamaica Labour Party. You know, you mean to tell me that the State Minister and the Ministry of Health, one of the top ministries he is presiding over, and the development is lacking? I want anybody to tell me that they leave high school with them CXCs and you can say, thank God the minister or the MP brought development to Southwest St. Anne so they can survive and get a job. Are you aware that majority of persons in Southwest St. Anne, Xavier Main constituency, have to leave Southwest St. Anne to get a job? Ask anybody on the North Coast, Ochi, Trelawney, the various hotel between that elegant corridor for tourism. Majority of those persons working are coming from the hills of Southwest St. Anne. There is absolutely no work, no job, nothing this man has brought to Southwest St. Anne so that persons can remain in Southwest St. Anne and don't have to leave to go pay rent or to go live elsewhere across Jamaica because there is nothing. Ask anybody, from Southwest St. Anne, what job have this man brought to Southwest St. Anne? Other than Steve Hill and Morris Hill, dirty truck them with the car dirt. Tell me now, you send a picnic to school to go get an education, and that is the job cut out for them when they left school, to come haul dirt, and go dig potato and plant yama and cabbage. I'm asking seriously, what is it that Xavier Main has brought to Southwest St. Anne? So that's when your pitney left high school, them not have to think of leaving where them born and grow, figure seek employment elsewhere. And I need to, it's a serious question. And the same thing is happening in South Trelawney, Marissa Dalrymple. Every single individual young people have to leave these garrison areas belonging to the Jamaica Labour Party to go seek employment elsewhere. There is nothing that these MP brought to rural Jamaica where persons can leave school and say them now figure a town or Mobi or Ochi if you go seek employment. There is nothing that Marissa Dalrymple has brought to South Trelawney where you can say South Trelawney people can stay in their community and they can jump on one taxi and know so they reach a work. They have to be taking 3, 4, 5 taxi every day if a journey go Mobi or journey go Ocherios if you go working at the hotel. There is nothing to keep the residents in Southwest Centre. Ask them if them think the people that travel from Kia Valley come to Alexandria, from Alexandria to Brownstown, from Brownstown to Ochi. 4 or 5 vehicles them have to take to get one of the hotel work them. And it's a serious question, because I don't know if I lie me I tell what significant development that Xavier Main and Marissa Dalrymple has brought to south of the island. Huh? No, it's a serious question, And to see the member get up this morning, right? To speak on a matter that he clearly has no knowledge on. Xavier Main tells the teachers that their salary remain a priority for the government. But yesterday the Ministry of Finance is going to tell the nation that the Finance Ministry alone can no longer be able to fund paying our teachers. So now they come to do some damage control, and certainly they cannot send out favor this time. So they send out the state minister in the finance ministry, Xavier Main. What purpose do you serve in the finance minister, Xavier? Your constituency is underfunded. There is absolutely no development. You have brought nothing to Southwest Centre other than the road fixed from Brownstown come through. You know how the road did allocate to be fixed, Xavier? Yes, it fixed and it barber green and it look good. I will welcome it. But the people of Southwest Centre know how that road was procured and fixed. Because I know Mama P procure that road from Alexandria to Brownstown, from Alexandria to 9 Mile, from Alexandria to Cave. We know it was procured. Mama P set the funds. It's just that she never win back in 2016. So you win 2016 and come and carry out the road work and make it look like say it's the work of Xavier Main. People are not idiot. Huh? I'm asking everybody to ignore Jamaicans for progress. My moderators allow him to stay in the comment section. Don't block him because we want him to contribute to the success of this platform. Yes, so we want the labor rights to remain and we want him stay which part him belong, which is in the comment section. Jamaica, how is it? Yeah? That Xavier Main is going to tell us this morning what the finance ministry is up to. Xavier Main, I want to ask you the question, because since as you know have no shame, I mean, I think I saw your mama grow you around at Gibraltar. Gibraltar people them no see I know saw your mama grow you. I want to ask you this morning, Xavier Main, are you certified? What happened to the matter where the Integrity Commission ruled the corruption with the car business them where you have? No, we want to ask. We don't hear nothing more about the case, because you put Gagard and you carry the matter to court. You don't have no shame in the Labour Party. Eh? Remember Main? Me want to ask you if you not have no shame. If you know say you under investigate. I saw your mother raise you. Remember say we know say run at Gibraltar, and Gibraltar is a very humble division and community. Around there you come from. You give them water around at Gibraltar. Eh? When you drive from Brownstone, if you come to Alexandria and you reach on the long stretch of Kaiser Bridge and you turn off, you go around at Gibraltar. Road round there. Road did it from the Kaiser Bridge for go around at Gibraltar division round where you born and grow. No, me they ask you, you know. Because you spend one whole heap of time in Alexandria. Remember, so you know come from Alexandria around at Gibraltar, you born and grow. You do the things them for the people around at Gibraltar division yet? Eh? Me say if you do the things them for the people them around at Gibraltar where you born and grow. Eh? They must set for you this local election, you know. Yeah. The woman we near Moffat will win up a Burbridge division. What is happening in Burbridge? Moffat, what is happening up a Burbridge? We are get to understand so you and Xavier not seeing eye to eye, you know. Because Xavier knows say up a Burbridge is a PNP stronghold, you know, win up the by must see 20 vote. So Xavier knows say he will not be holding on to that division, so him not spend nothing up a Burbridge. But Moffat, I say you go sit down and make Xavier walk all over you. Remember, you are the duly elected councillor for the Burbridge division, you know. But that fi happen to Uno up there in a Burbridge because look how Mr. Brown do for Uno. You know, I have a lot of Labour right friend up in the Burbridge division. I want to hear what they say. Them say when the Labour writer tell me, no, the Labour right them tell me, say, you see, when he come on to the general election, then we vote for Xavier as the MP. But you see, when he come on to local government election, Labour right say them a vote for Mr. Brown because he's a wonderful councillor. So whatever happen, Mr. Brown lose by the 20 vote and then put in Moffat. Only no say, oh no sorry, so no vote for Moffat because the MP. I don't know what is happening between the MP and Moffat, but Moffat a complaint says Xavier not giving her the funds to do her job in the Burbridge division. Jamaica, when you look and you see you have a member of parliament like Xavier Mean, who is under investigation, who put the investigation to an halt because they have to hide and cover them tracks. This is not a good look, you know. And then Xavier come out a chat and a reassure and a tell people, how can you come and speak to the public and reassure them when you are under an investigation? For look here, no. Them are no shame, you know. Eh? Them are no shame. Eh? Well, and Escobar, well, and the Higginsland are proper plain people. No, me dear. Higginsland in the Calderwood division. Remember, say PNP win back Calderwood division. Come on. How we bright morning star. The only division PNP is 4 division in a Southwest Centre, you know. PNP normally have 2 and the Jamaica Labour Party have 2. But the problem with Southwest Centre and why Labour Party always win is that they are the 3 division them. Gibraltar, Burbridge and Calderwood. Those divisions don't really have much people than the Alexandria division. The Alexandria division, Xavier now fi campaign in none of the other 3 divisions. He can only campaign in the Alexandria division and win because Alexandria have the largest amount. It is the town center for Southwest St. Anne. So all those who in Alexandria alone, remember Alexandria is a Labour right division. Them always win Alexandria around at Gibraltar, but the PNP normally win Calderwood and Burbridge. Right? So in the Calderwood division, you have strong PNP areas like around a Stepney, up a Higginsland, and then you could place the Calderwood, a PNP area those. But we hold on pan it. You understand? So when you come on to the Higginsland district, a PNP area them days, if you no win up on them side, then none at all. You understand? But what always a beat Southwest St. Anne is the Alexandria division because of how the division set up. About 8,000-9,000 people live in Alexandria division alone compared to, let's say, 1,500 upper Calderwood or 2,000 around a Gibraltar, one other 2,000 upper Burbridge division. So Xavier can only campaign in the Alexandra division alone and will win him seat, because that is how, you know, the garrison area, how them pack up the people them in a one area and bring them in and make them squat. Yeah, that is what happened to Southwest Center, and that is what Labour Party has been doing for a long time. Turn areas into garrison seat, and watch and see if them now going to do the same thing over Portmore. They are going to split Portmore in 4 constituencies, and them are going to split East Central in 2 constituencies. All over Gregory Park. Watch what them are going to do. Them are going to make all Gregory Park also be 1 constituency, so them are going to win 2 seats now in that area. But the people them are set for Terry Long, you see. Them are set for Terry Long. But as I was saying, Jamaica, how is it that Xavier is going to come out and speak to the public and reassure them when Xavier himself is under an investigation for corruption? Remember, I am not putting out any propaganda about nobody, you know. I am only reiterating what is already out there. And that is the reason why many a times you see them can't come sue and can't pour me, what me I do? That's why they can't say me chat too much, and I'm only talking what is out there, what already exists. Me now come make up no story or no cook up nothing against nobody if you bring down nobody. I am only reporting what the news is saying about these ministers. Me not tell no lie. Isn't it a fact? Says Xavier Meehan come out in the Integrity Commission for corruption. Yes, something of to do with in car dealership and car this way have, and how much business and car business way have, and he never tell the Integrity Commission, and then they find out and one heap of something, and then he drag it through the court, and the court put stop order upon it pending further investigation. And then me come out and tell lie upon the minister. So why is it that they don't like when people talk what is out there about them? It is out there, so people need to know. Why is it that we should cow down and cover up acts of corruption? No, it must be spoken about. People fi talk about it and let them change and fix up them folly grounds. That's how it go, Frankie, big up yourself. Eh? It is out there that he is one of the illicit members. He is still under an investigation. He is before the court. I don't remember the date yet, but he matter there before the court like a Kim Brown. Eh? And Ruel Reid. All of them is in the same clique, you know. And so, Jamaica, it begs you to ask the question. These people have no shame when they come and dictate to people and tell people what to do when they are under scrutiny. It's not a good look. The Jamaica Labour Party and the leadership need to recuse these people and pull them from the various ministries and make them go clean up their mess, and then them prove themselves innocent. Then they can come back to the portfolio. But I don't think it is right to be presiding over matters like these as a minister and you are under scrutiny. Eh? It's not a good look. It is not a good look. Eh? But as the leader of the opposition often reminds us that if the head of the stream is corrupt, yeah, then the river itself, the tail of the river itself is also corrupt. The Prime Minister is under investigation for 6 long years. Andrew Holness cannot be certified. And then you have members such as Daryl Vaz, Xavier Meehan, Christopher Tufton, all of these persons, you know, Bobby Montague, Andrew Wheatley, all of them are under investigation for wrongdoing, you know. And instead, Andrew Holness draw the line and separate himself and say, I am a leader and I cannot lead a country, and several of you are under investigation for corruption. Let me separate myself from these persons. Andrew Holness promote them and give them ministries, and then the people of this country is sitting down looking and I wonder, how is it that Jamaica is falling and continue to fall? It will forever fall with the likes of these persons leading the country. Nobody said they have to resign as an MP because of the people and vote for them and put them there. But you cannot have these persons that preside over the public purse and handle taxpayers' money, and they are deemed corrupt. The evidence brought against them are overwhelming. They are before the courts, and I think the Prime Minister should recuse them. Where is the media to talk about these things? Eh? Why isn't the media asking the pressing questions? Why these persons continue to act in these various ministries and they're under a clout of investigation? Their matters are before the court. That is the reason why, Jamaica, when you look at a Mark Jefferson Golding, this is the man to lead the country, Say whatever you want to say about Dennis Gordon and whatever him get himself in with Jack then. Only not realize that Mark Golding did have Dennis Gordon as one of the spokesperson for whatever ministry. Only not see Mark Golding relieve him from him duties. He's no longer a spokesperson, Mark Golding will remove him from all of the committee them when have him pan. That is our leader leads. You don't see Mark Golding and Dennis Gordon at no fuss. No, because Dennis Gordon look within himself, and even though what he did, him have justifications for it, because Dennis could never have done what he did without the approval of the Ministry of Health. Remember, we are not running the country, so if Dennis get away with something, I must who them have a safeguard the country. Bring in Dennis for him to do these things. Right? And so, when you look within yourself, Dennis say whatever was breached, which is no fault of his, it is the mechanism that the Jamaica Labour Party put in place so that corruption can continue. So Dennis Gordon find himself unknowingly that he was doing something wrong, which he would have paid his custom millions by now, but at the end of the day, it's something wrong he did. We understand that. But when a leader acted, you must give him credit for it. And when you look at what Dennis did, even though he did it on goodwill, and you see, this is the reason why I cannot. And you see, my leader, Mark Golding, sometimes we have to be tough and resilient. Yeah, and allow the people. We are the People's National Party. And you see, because we are the People's National Party, sometimes one person must not make a decision. If you find, say, who you have a represent to do something wrong, and the people want you to continue lead them, leave them alone. Yeah? Because you cannot tell me that the same thing that Dennis Gordon accused of doing with Jack then. Remember, Dennis Gordon came out publicly and said what happened was out of his goodwill. The man is providing a service. The Jamaica Labour Party cook up something and bring him in it, where he can bring in things free of cost without paying any taxes. That is not doing of Dennis Gordon, That is the Jamaica Labour Party creating a loophole for persons to make money. And the man is doing what he's doing out of the goodwill of giving back. I'm going to show you something now. What is the difference with Dennis Gordon's goodwill with Jack then, right? And what is the difference Daryl Vaz did by breaking every procurement guidelines to bring in the Starlink without following the proper channel? Don't it Daryl Vaz come justify it, say, oh, it was out of good grace and goodwill and the emergency. And remember that they make him get a pass, same do it, bypass the procurement guidelines and sideline every other entity and bring in the Starlink them. And him say him do it out of goodwill. And the people of Jamaica and the Prime Minister of Jamaica allow him to continue. So what is the difference? What Daryl did from what Dennis Gordon did? Brat? Dennis Gordon did the same out of goodwill. And on top of that, we not see Daryl Vaz say him appear back the procurement money when breach and bring in the things them. But we see Dennis Gordon taking accountability and he actually pay back the custom duty that he would have gotten free. But that is the difference between a People's National Party today under the leadership of Mark Golding. He would have intervened and he made the necessary adjustment. Right? He would have removed him as a spokesperson and he would have removed him from all committees that he sat on. he certainly cannot tell him to remove himself from his central St. Andrew because the people voted for him. You understand? But there is no comparison with Mark Jefferson Golding and the Prime Minister today. And so Jamaica, we have several other members such as the Honorable Xavier Main, the Minister of State, who sits in the Ministry of Finance with a cloud of corruption hanging over his head. He is before the court. Why is it that the Prime Minister don't ask Xavier Main to step aside as the State Minister and fix these things? And when the court rule, then he can get back the State Minister portfolio. But why is it that so many Jamaicans sit there and allow these persons and the Prime Minister to continue to have these persons preside over these various ministries with several irregularities being committed and breaches? Look at the member for Central Kingston, Donovan Williams. Look at all the councillor for the Raytown Division came out and speak out against. Those are acts of corruption. Those are not no accusation. She spoke. And we have all reasons to believe her. So Donovan Williams is there. Andrew Wheatley and Petrojam scandal is there. Bobby Montague and his corruption is there. Xavier Main is there with his corruption. The member for South Trelawney, Dalrymple, have been charged and she was brought back. Over 10, 15 thief, corrupt individuals who are under investigation, either charged, yes, or before the court currently. And the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Michael Holness, continue to give them the opportunity to serve the people. Like, how is it that you can come out and serve? Yeah? How is it, how dare you tell me how to be guided accordingly when you yourself are filthy? Eh? I don't understand how this government operates. I don't understand who is advising them. But it is clear, Jamaica, that this is the final term of the Jamaica Labour Party. It is. It is the final term of the Jamaica Labour Party. Jamaicans are upset. Jamaicans are at a point where it's like nobody wants to hear from Andrew Holness. They can't bear to see them. Look here what the government posts up and they say it's for the betterment and to educate people. Nobody wants to see them on social media. Every time people see Andrew Holness, it's like people just get cross and angry. Eh? Let us make the right choice next time, Jamaica. And I can see the ball rolling, and I can see that the people of this country are beginning to wake up and see that they would have made a bad choice September 3rd. But Xavier Main, we don't want to hear from you. Why is it that you are hiding the Finance Minister, Favour Williams? She need to come out and address the public sector workers. The teachers need to hear from Favour. So I don't know why them send out you, Xavier Main. If you come take the fall. Yesterday when you come out, come say that the Finance Ministry alone cannot bear the burden of paying our teachers. And you want to tell me that the country is running proper. I have never heard of this before. Where the Finance Minister is saying that they alone, the Finance Minister alone, the Finance Ministry alone cannot able, no more can they allowed to pay our teachers. So all the years PNP in a power, we never hear the Finance Minister come out one day yet can say we can't pay with teachers them because no money no did it. How them say the country a run good? How no can't find the money to pay the teachers them? The Finance Minister said the Finance Ministry broke. We can't afford to pay them the current salary and we certainly cannot afford to raise them pay. So I want to ask the Labour Party, who pay on in the Labour Party, how is it that every single month they find full no money for pay on, but a month time you can't find the nation's teachers money to pay them? Who is paying the government? How is it that me not hear no politician a come out and no MP a come out and a say they no get their money a month time? Eh? Uno make sure pay for yourself first and make it possible, you know. And the nation's institution, such as our teachers, our police officers, they cannot get their raise a pay. And now we go have the audacity to come tell we say the Ministry of Finance can no longer afford to pay the nation's teachers on their own. So who are pay uno politicians? Uno make sure take for no salary, you know. And now go come tell we so no can't pay the nation's teachers. Eh? You have a right if you couldn't come out come tell we yourself favor. So you send this I don't know what you call Xavier. I want to know how woman lead down with Xavier. The man ugly. How woman lead down? How woman open up them crutches to them your mania? I don't understand, you know. I don't understand how woman really lead down and open up their leg and make man lead down. I don't understand how women open up them crutches to them here. Eh? Them have a right to say ugly. Look here now. Xavier have a right to come out, you know, because if Favor did ever come tell the nation this, I done it done, you know. So them say now Xavier now if he come take the fall for this mess. Classic labor rights strategy. Uno go on till you strategize on yourself out of power, and the day will come. Jamaica people are going to take a break, and when I come back, we heading over Southwest St. Elizabeth and hear what the people in down a parity have to say about Andrew Holness and the Nara.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard?
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce
Jamaica.
leaders.
Only no hear what they going over there in a parity. Only no hear what the Nara set out to do in parity. Andrew Holness want to go move off the people them off of their land in a parity. For those of us who don't know parity, if you should Google or go on YouTube and type it in, it is one of the most beautiful seafront prime land where poor people, parents dead and left, give them, the fisherman them just jump in them boat and go see, and them. It is a beautiful prime land. You understand? So what the Jamaica Labour Party sets out to do is to relocate the people them and move them from off of them land, you know, and carry them way up in a chuku, go put them. And when you look, nothing is wrong with that, but move them and relocate them because you know say a safety and sometimes the sea come up and whatever. Move them and leave the land, yes. So that's Jamaicans who want to go down there, go set up business and can't have the land to do that. But you are not going to move the people them from down a parity and carry them we are woy. So you can take the people them land and redevelop it and put one at a Boundbrook or one at a Marant be a town center and transform the people in prime land and go no friend. Eh? This is what you call it, brat? Gentrification. This is not a relocation for true. They want to take away the people them lands in St. Let me tell you, no people down at St. Elizabeth. Uno fi be hard years. Do not give up on a land in the name of safety and in the name of this and development. Don't do it. Make them build up round. I don't know if you see one video on social media, YouTube, you know, which part. I don't remember if it is in China or Russia. But the government want to make one highway. And the way in which they want to construct the highway would have to go right through one man property, and he have to go relocate and move in little house. The man saying, oh, and great granny give him, in granny come back, come get it, and him come get it, and he want if him pitting them out there. So the man have in legacy panic, you know. But the government want to remove him. And based on the laws, right? It is up to the owner for the land to sell it. But if the owner decides that he not selling land, there is nothing the government can. You don't know what the government do in Russia. Don't remember if it is Russia or China. You know what they do? They make one rotted highway and put the man go right round the man and the man house in the middle of the highway. You know, see like when you go round one roundabout, and you see the center of the roundabout have plants. So I saw the man house in the roundabout middle, you know, and the road, the highway make right round the man. And the man in the middle of the roundabout pan the highway, the man no selling land. Yeah? I have a friend down there in Curacao. And when I was living in St. Kitts, and to all those who make it seems like say St. Kitts, this and said, me no worry yourself, as soon politics over St. Kitts, as soon go back over there. And I will be going to help me party campaign. Yeah? One Dr. Terence Drew. Already once you see them sound the bell and sound the trumpet over there, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, the People's National Party sister party over there, I shall be going over there to kick up a storm. Yes! So Jamaica, I have a friend down there in Curacao. And it seems so one man have one prime land, you know. When me say prime land, he have one little zinc shack when he's selling beer them and he's selling little weed and he's you know. And they want bring in one brand new chain of hotel. You know, listen this story good, you know. They want bring in one new chain of hotel. I think a Ritz-Carlton or no man, no Ritz-Carlton. What the hotel which part they in New Kingston across from Emancipation Park name. One new hotel they make up over Mark. What name Marriott. Yes. Not telling any lie. The Marriott want to develop a hotel down there in Curacao. But the beachfront property, the little man having little shack pan it. I know nobody no go want make up their 5-star luxurious hotel and bloops pan the beach, our whole zinc shack sitting. So them try high then carry the man got coat to get him off. Anyway, the man was so stubborn. The man saying nah selling land and he nah give it up and no care how much money them a come give him, he nah move. And the hotel have to downsize. So if they did want to make 1,000 room, they have to make 800. Jamaica, the plan went on and the hotel bill. And guests start come at the hotel. Have how much bars are sinting. Jamaica. You know say the tourists them which had come and stay at the hotel. Every evening I kid you not 5 o'clock when everybody I look for see bar or swinging at the hotel. I bet you not tell me where the people them go. The tourists them left out of the 5-star hotel and go beside the hotel which are the man having little zinc shack and a little tattoo and he ice a chilling beer them and music a post you see people. The amount of people surround the man zinc shack and they play music and having a fun time. Had that tourist left first world country if you come see. So I am asking the people down there in St. Elizabeth down a Parati. Ono might soon land and look away now. A beachfront property that it is priceless. So no sell it. Build up on little tattoo. Pan it, on a little zinc shack, on a little bar, and stay upon the land. Don't make the government push you off because the government are going to take it and transform it and put prime bar and restaurant pan it and have no. sabotage them. Yes. Sabotage them. Make on a little zinc shack stay which party there. Tourists love them something there until God help you can build up one firm structure. Do not allow the government to intervene and take one land on a parity. Because as I said, Jamaica is the same man. Then come fi run him off of the land and pay him feet. And the man stood in ground and said no. And today the man business is a prominent business today. Right now in the on YouTube, the people them will come to stay at the 5-star hotel. Every evening 5 o'clock, the people them go over across the which are them stay and they are the little shack at the bar. And if the man had given up in prime land, look at where he would be today. So Jamaica, I want you guys to listen to what the residents of Parity have to say when Andrew Holness go down there, go intervene and want them to leave Parity to give them to redevelop. Listen to this by the residents of Parity.
Them carry things and them no left. None for Parity people them. They gone all about and run up and down. No, we there so. We give thanks to God because we are doing what we have to do. We don't get nothing from them. We glad some look food where some people send come give it. And we're not leaving here so because this is our home. Where we are going to go? We don't want to put it. We're there already and we enjoy ourselves. Each one help one another because we help one another. We don't get no help.
Right, Coco?
Yes, right. So we give God thanks for that. Yeah. Nobody knows here where God saved. Nobody have no right over. We have no right. If anybody have anything we say, yeah, come to we make we say. Yeah. Because we help our water to get food to eat and drink and put up a place and live forever and give God thanks. We are in the system for the whole of us. So if we don't see 900 people come out, we speak for everybody because we are here for everybody. We don't have no help from nobody. We get help from who is around here. We live off the world. Not tell me what
Did Andrew Holness talk to you guys? Did Andrew Holness come have a meeting?
Prime Minister have the right to say where you want to say fire around the world. But you have your right to talk what we want to talk. We are here, living fine, needed help, food and water and ability and strength.
Well, and the people, what the man say a while ago? The man asked him if Andrew Holness come here, come have a war. What the man said? The man say Andrew Holness free to say what he wants because of him running world. Well, and the people me never hear good at all. I never hear good at all.
Them carry things and them no left. None for Parity people them. They gone all about and run up and down. No, we there so. We give thanks to God because we are doing what we have to do. We don't get nothing from them. We glad some look food where some people send come give it. And we're not leaving here so because this is our home. Where we are going to go? We don't want to put it. We're there already and we enjoy ourselves. Each one help one another because we help one another. We don't get no help.
Right, Coco?
Yes, right. So we give God thanks for that. Yeah. Nobody knows here where God saved. Nobody have no right over. We have no right. So if anybody have anything we say, yeah, come to we make we say. Yeah. Because we help our water to get food to eat and drink and put up a place and live forever and give God thanks. We are in the system for the whole of us. So if we don't see 900 people come out, we speak for everybody because we are here for everybody. We don't have no help from nobody. We get help from who is around here. We live off the world. Not tell me what
Did Andrew Holness talk to you guys? Did Andrew Holness come have a meeting?
Prime Minister have the right to say where you want to say fire around the world. But you have your right to talk what we want to talk. We are here, living fine, needed help, food and water and ability and strength to build up our place to give God thanks.
Hey, no sir, who say people that have sense don't have Parity. That's right, Parity people. No turn up on no waterfront property and make Andrew come push no off. But Parity people stand to benefit from container home relocation. The people them tell nobody have a problem with getting the container home or put it down pan them Parity land. I move you want to move off the people in front of a Parity so you can take it. Remember, you know, a government that, you know, when you look and see them start build all kind of stone, push stone in the water, and what they call it reclamation, land reclamation. And that go on, you know. Anyhow, the people them down a party decide so them a go give in to the government and left down a party. The government a go drop some bulldozer rock stone in the sea and make some barrier so that the wave can't affect them anymore. Look how long the people them down a party a suffer water they come in pan them. What make the government and Floyd Green not build one barrier reef down they give them and make the people them continue with them life? No, they want to relocate them. So they can take it over. And I am telling you, once them the people that apparently decide so them are going to move, Andrew Holness and whoever responsible with them tugboat and them this and them are going to transfer some big rotted rock stone. Only ever wonder how the rock stone them over Palisades come about? When you now got airport, you know, past the how much mile a rock stone pile up on the banking for back up the sea from coming in, come wash out the road. And the same thing, them are going to do down a parity. Them are going to drop some big rock stone in the sea and build one barrier reef. So that's no wave can affect parity anymore at that. And you're going to do enough if help the business people, them which are buy out the lot them down there. So why Andrew Holness can spend the money down there? Yeah? So that's the people them down a party can feel safe and protected. Turn up on a foot down the Rasta man. You talk like a comrade. That is it, brat. Them are going to bring in them crane and then flatbed and then tugboat. Anywhere the big rock stone fi come from, then find it and make barrier reef and protect parity from water coming in. What make them can't do it and make the people them stay upon them property? If you no care and so no choose Jamaica, why you no have to sell out Jamaica fi bring in the investors then fi get the people in prime land? Why is it that the poor people, Jamaican people who have their little beachfront, no because they have no money fi put up one fancy bar or one fancy restaurant, fi so no must use no money and get rid of the people them so no can have if you take it over and capture. Sit down upon no land parity people. God Almighty, if we make when one next hurricane come, he pass over parity and no affect uno. Me not think God so deliberate fi make uno get one of the hurricane twice. Parity people turn up on a foot and don't move. Cause I am telling you, any parity people give in to the government and move off of these lands, Andrew Holness is going to put in the investment and he's going to put the barrier reef out in the sea so that the force of the waves don't come ashore as it is doing today. So I am asking the people of parity, and how the people them hard ears. They know hard ears and they know stubborn. But people have sense and people see what Nara is set out to do. Nobody knows how no can develop down a St. Elizabeth, you know. But the people who were there and lived there for generation, they must become the first priority. You can't want to force people off of their land all because they're desperate and they're vulnerable and they don't have a house. Feel say una go come back, uno name captain come to help us. So no feel like say because the people them down and out and are vulnerable and they no longer have a house, uno can come now, come give them one container house and sweep them up and take their land. No! And that's how it work. Give them container house and make them put it on the seafront if they want. Leave the people them lands alone, Andrew. If you're about the people, you're gonna make the barrier reef from now and protect parity people. Why is it that after parity people them left and you relocate them and then you're gonna start intervene and protect them beachfront? No. The people who are there now down at parity deserve to be protected. So you are telling me, Andrew only say you won't be protecting the lands at parity unless the people them move so you can get it? Is that basically that him say, you know? Once them relocate these people from down at parity, you no think them the beachfront good white sand beach where them a fisherman, you no think investors are going to come in, come capture it? Huh? Jamaica. This is what Nara sets out to do. But the people must stand firm and united together. Stand together and decide, say, while you no welcome the container homes because you no house blow down, you no give up on no properties. Make them go to the container home and put it back where no house did there. Make Andrew only spend some of the millions and go make the barrier reef. So that's when hurricane should come again or no heavy rain, the sea no come up. Go and build the barrier reef and protect the people them of Parati instead of moving them from off of them land and come and talk about them not safe. So when they move, you go make it safe. Make it safe for who? The investors them. We are going to come build them shops and bars and restaurants. It cannot work. Parati people deserve better. Parati people deserve better. And I don't believe that for Parati people to get help, them have to relocate first. No. If you care about the people of Parati and you, Mr. Man, I don't know, you see me in the parliament yesterday? Yesterday, I went last we see Floyd Green. He looked like he drunk or so. Something is going on with Floyd Green, you know. Floyd are not the half Floyd. Floyd Green is not the half Floyd Green. But, as I said, Jamaica, this is where we're at. And Nara, when it's set to intervene, will overrule the people them. But the people can stand together and they can take the matter to court. If Andrew Holness and the Labour Party wish to help the people of Parati, he will start by building a barrier reef out at sea to protect the shoreline from the sea to come in. That is the first thing he needs to do. But don't come tell Parati people so they have to relocate. When you relocate them, what become of them prime property? You sell it out and start build up restaurant and bar. It now go work. Parati people have sense. Big up yourself, Prince. Alright, my boss. Parati people have sense. Yeah? And I want to see the Rasta man if he buy him a cool red stripe beer. Can talk up the things. Then what the man say? The man say Andrew Holness free say why he want to say cause of him run the world. But you know, him run down a Parati. No, sir. Jamaica people. Me say the man say Andrew Holness free say what he wants because of him run the world, but I know him run down a Parati. I want kill over. Jamaica people. Me say the Labour Party shall know no peace in that third term. You don't believe me? The Labour Party shall know no peace in the third term. In Pachagray. Big up yourself, Pachagray. Jamaica, I want to commend the people of St. Elizabeth, especially them down there in Parati, for standing firm. Welcome on development. We welcome whatever they want to build up down at St. Elizabeth. Development is good and development is nice. But I believe that our locals must come first. It's full time now. Government give local people opportunity to expand and get little generational wealth. So when them parents dead and gone, the picnic can have one business. Why is it that a rich people alone must come create generational wealth and buy out prime land, and when them dead and gone, the wealth stay in their family? A fisherwoman who no want create little generational wealth. If you no want be fishermen and fishermen, make you get the generational wealth by building up a shop, selling no fish or no bar. Make you picnic come branch off and get the bar and restaurant. You make you living as fishermen and fisherwomen that you love. Leave a little legacy for no picnic. Don't sell out to no prime land to no government so that they can come make investors take over on the land and develop it in a restaurant and bar and spa and this and that while you live on hillside. Cannot work. If you care about the people, go and go build a barrier reef out in the sea to break the force of the waves. We come in, we are threatening the shoreline. That me know then. If you not do it out of policy, does the big old rock stone them, or no can go drop the rock stone them down a Parati. Pile up in the sea and build one artificial reef out there. Yeah, me I know engineer, but me know see that's how it start. Go and go build one barrier reef out there down a Parati, so that's the wave can no longer come ashore. I fool no take Parati people for Parati people are no idiot. Don't give up on the land, Parati. Big up yourself, Pachagre. Thank you, sir. Parity people don't give up on the land. And I leave it right there, so. I leave it right there, so. Jamaica. I have about 2 more matters I want to discuss before I wrap up the program. Jamaica people no come here. Only no ear say the Auditor General drop one report in the Parliament. Nobody not hear about the report where the Auditor General drop and reveal about the Minister of Water, Matthew Samuda. Only not hear about it. Me backside don't come here. Jamaica people, I want to make every single ministry where they audit have corruption in it. Jamaica people, only no ear said the Auditor General flag Matthew Samuda ministry. Me backside, don't come here, you can sit down. Come here, you can sit down a little bit with me people. Jamaica. The Auditor General report come out, come say, Matthew Samuda collect how much $1 billion for the budget for run the Ministry of Water. And with all of the projects them which are Matthew Samuda allocate the money for, Matthew do the project them, you know. And when Matthew do the project them, and the money left off, say for example, if you lay one pipe from Yasso to this, so cost them $10 million, Matthew lay the pipe, and the pipe cost $6 million, you know, so Matthew no put it on the record, say $4 million left, you know. No record now sure, but receipt down there say 10 million was allocated and 6 million spent. No balance on the deficit show say 4 million left off, you know. Me backside, the Auditor General go down, they go store it up. Yes! The Auditor General flag weaknesses in how the NWC spend on infrastructure. Yes! He dropped a while ago, Jamaica. I mean, know how the blogger them not get it yet. Eh? Auditor General flag the NWC and how it spend billions, how it manage the billions it spends on the country's water infrastructure. A performance audit from Pamela Monroe Ellis found that the commission repeatedly spend less than it budgeted and breached the law on financial reporting. You hear that? Jamaica, me no good on in the report. Me say Matthew Samuda. From me see you, me say you corruption, and that's why Andrew was hell-bent in getting out Marsha Smith fi put you down there. Because through Marsha Smith come from a lineage where corruption is not a part of them philosophy. Only decide fi vote and get rid of Marsha Smith in a naughty cent and put in you because you are one of them which know how fi creep. Like a the Andrew Owen. Jamaica don't realize what they take place in the ministry them. Every single ministry which are there audit corruption down there, you know. Every single ministry mash up under the Jamaica Labour Party. This a report come out and you say it is damaging. Actually, me not go through yet to pick it through. And since me dep on the live, me see come in my email and me browse through the hot topic and the headline. Jamaica, Matthew Samuda found one thing. Matthew Samuda found one thing. Eh? So Matthew Samuda, they receive the billions we spend and upgrade the system. Eh? And Matthew Wallan pan the money. Eh? Matthew keep back the money and not tell nobody. So no financial report not done, you know. And that the Integrity Commission and the Auditor General has said, you know. The Auditor General has said there has been no financial report. Matthew Samuda not do no financial report. So you tell the finance minister say you want $10 million and this is just an example. A billions in get. Matthew tell the finance minister say him want $10 billion to do the water project here. How the minister give him the $10 billion, you know, and Matthew only spend $6 billion out of it. Where the $4 billion they Matthew? You need to put a check and balance. You say $4 billion remain, and you have put it yes or you have put it back. No farmer financial report was done. However, the bill is there, say only $6 billion spent out of the $10 billion. What kind of something this are going in the country? Eh? What kind of thing this are going in the country? Matthew Samuda spent less than was budgeted for, and there is no financial report to show the balance of funding. Them are no corruption. Unaccounted for, Patuski. $10 billion you get to do the water project and you only spend $6 billion because the record show. One receipt show say the project, yeah? Let's say them a do a water project in a Calderwood. The receipt is there, Calderwood water project, $6 billion. But the finance minister sure say a $10 billion was procured for this project. So where the $4 billion were left off from out of the $10 billion there. Not a financial report Matthew Samuda no do. So the $10 billion, nobody know where it turn. A responsible leader, having unearthed all these findings were made published, a leader would say, come here, Matthew. This is what the report is saying, and I will not be a part of a government where I cannot explain what happened to taxpayers' dollars. So here what my son. Go go find out what happened to the balance of the money, you know, and make me know so me can put you back in a position. That is what a leader would do, you know. When a minister make a government looks bad, the leader for that government have to really in that minister, you know. Especially if the report look away. The minister must clear up what is happening so that the prime minister can look good and say it was a misunderstanding and the money was recovered and we are sorry for not. But not like that in Jamaica. There has been no financial report for sure say me get $10 billion and out of the $10 billion me only spend $6 billion out tight. Right? So me balance $4 billion. So see the $4 billion we left off. You know, there has been no financial report. That is what the Auditor General has been saying, you know. Illegal me own. What you say, tie gear, tie head. And listen, Jamaica. This is serious, you know. The Auditor General just sent a report down a Parliament and a table. Remember today Wednesday, you know. Remember Parliament I go keep 2 o'clock, you know. Yes, so they never hear. Yes, Jamaica people are hold Juliet to account. She are missing too often from Parliament as the speaker. So she have to play catch up now. So Parliament no longer only keep Tuesday alone, you know. You have to keep Tuesday and Wednesday now because people are report Andrew and Juliet who only say they're missing too often. So they have to play catch up. So Parliament keep on Wednesday now. Yes. Well, Jamaica. Madam Lady for North Central St. Catherine will be speaking. And you know, so she is the spokesperson on local government. So all of the filth where the Hobia man and the member for Denham Town come chat Desmond Mackenzie. You know, say Natalie Nita Garvey are gonna make her contribution come 2 o'clock. And a hell and powder house, you know, because it's one thing with Natalie Garvey, she know how to hold this government to account. So we are looking forward to Natalie Nita Garvey's presentation this afternoon in the Honorable House of Representatives. Now back to the argument. Come here, Shorty Poopstick. Come here, Matthew Samuda. Matthew, the report in front of me when me I read, yeah? It a tell me say the Auditor General flag weakness in a how your ministry spend per infrastructure. Yeah? It said that there was a performance audit from Pamela Monroe Ellis finds that the Water Commission repeatedly spend less. That means you know one keywords Jamaica repeatedly. That means you know 1 or 2 times. Matthew Samuda they spend less. Collect taxpayer money enough he spend on the project and instead Matthew spend on the project. Matthew sabotage the Lord God Almighty help the labor rights them in the 3rd term, yeah. Instead of Matthew Samuda spend the money that was allocated The report say he has repeatedly spent less. And I know Judge Dave, when we come at Judge Davis or NNN this month, they find back the YouTube channel. Anybody can confirm or they still depend the backup. They still depend Cliff Hughes balcony a report this morning. I don't hear not a soul I say they find NNN channel. Remember then take a nationwide channel, YouTube channel gone, you know. The end of the propaganda come to an halt. They find back the YouTube channel, Sexy Princess. Mighty God, me no know. Me no hear nobody say they find it back. Unknown for now say no they make a new. Oh, cause me know one backup channel then depend yesterday with 200 people. 200 people over there, the Kuya over here, so with 350 and big nationwide that struggle with 200 people. Only not say they lose viewership. Me no hear not a soul say nationwide find back the YouTube channel. So you know say Judge Davis wing clip, you know, him soon gone, you know, because he know have the 20,000 people over there now. If you listen the propaganda. God Almighty, you know, see your Jesus Christ of Nazareth fight the battles of the PNP. You know, see, man, goal enough he come out, we just left them to God and time. And ask if God now fix them, you know, God's mouthpiece. Mouthpiece a laugh. You know, watch and see what take place. God have a hand pan the PNP. And we just sit down and watch God Almighty a work. God just a work in the country, so. Against the Labour Party. Me say from September 3rd, not a break. Disaster and destruction after destruction. Come turn up your son, Matthew. Because you we are going to wrap up the program with. Matthew Samuda. What make you hold on pan the money? Imagine you come and you pressure the finance minister and you take her for kunu munu and tell her say your project a go cost X and you know damn well say the project no cost X, you know. And you tell the woman say you want $10 billion for do the water project and you know say the project cost $6 billion. It's a good thing say the permanent secretary down at the water commission and at the water ministry do little checks and balance and say, yes, we get $10 billion for you towards the water project here. But after you do the water project, Matthew Samuda, it's only the value was $6 billion. So how you tell the finance minister say you want $10 billion towards the water project? All right, you spend $6 billion out of the $10 billion. That is wonderful of a minister. Yeah. I believe say if me get $10 billion for do a work, and me do the work and the work, spend $6 billion do the work, then me is a wonderful minister because me know if he cut back and set back. But you the problem coming now. The problem coming now when the balance of the money me cannot give an account for it. No, when they audit me, you know. Me supposed to can prove because I am a man of integrity and I would assume that this one on the screen has integrity. So the right thing to do if me collect $10 billion, me spend $6 billion out of it. Me must can give an account for the balance of the money unspent.
Oh my God, that is funny.
No financial reporting was done towards numerous projects, which means after you tell the minister so no want X amount of money to do the project, you do the project and the balance sheet shows that the project no cost what no ask for. Where the people in tax money there? Hey Matthew? Where the balance of the people in tax money there? Jamaica, this is serious, you know. This is serious, but I don't get the chance to go through the report. Me only they read the headline. I got the email because it was tabled in Parliament, and from the table, you know, say it is public knowledge. And that's why Juliet Wellness not like when the Integrity Commission report them table, you know, because once it table, you know, say all like a me, for me, hand it I go drop in a fuss. Well, Jamaica, this is when I drop in a for me hand, and me attack. Me attack because me no believe say people fit thief and bare face so. People fit thief but no so man. Can you imagine when who know a thief, you know? And the whole shovel out a door, you know, just a raking the money, you know, the whole shovel. You know, say, I cannot use one teaspoon and thief, and little by little, you know, say, one gas money. Me can pinch my little girlfriend and give them one gas money, and them the kind of petty thief, they $4 billion you want sit down pan. Then how you not grow an inch further, Matthew? When you sit down pan $4 billion, you know, you're supposed to give a little height. And look here now. Jamaica people, what me say? You sit down pan 5 billion, 4 billion, you sit down pan, we left off of the 10 billion. And you not grow not even an inch, you're supposed to get little height. In joules. Yeah, then me, come on. If you get $10 billion to spend and you spend only 6 billion, and you sit down pan $4 billion, you're supposed to grow an inch or two. You're supposed to grow an inch or two, so you sit down for $4 billion and you remain the same? No, something not right here, so Matthew. We demand a full explanation as to what happened to taxpayers' money. We cannot continue like this as a country. And so we demand the Minister of Water and Environment, Matthew Samuda, to come and tell the people of this country where the balance of the money there. This is not a good look. A responsible Prime Minister and a leader would have asked Matthew Samuda to come into his office. What is this before me, Matthew? Can you explain? And you give him some time off, he go explain himself. As a leader operate. Well, I know that is how Mark Golding leads. Jamaica, why is it that every single ministry that got audit have been flagged for corruption? In JM, no sir. Jamaica people, I am stunned and floored. As we get ready to wrap up the program, let me remind you, Jamaica, that the last Friday of this month, I will be doing a tag drive. I'll be raising enough funds because come July, I will be launching my YouTube channel. And I'm putting everything in place. So far, I'm working on microphone, my lighting, my backdrop, my microphone stand, nice little studio production. Me I put on and I'm working tile, my desk and chair, everything I put on, you know, cause I'm launching my YouTube channel in July. I think the time has come. Yeah? When I ask, Lord God, can you imagine if we can go on up on TikTok? Can you imagine when me spread out over YouTube? Then can't catch me back, you know? They cannot catch me back. The message must be put out there. If we put out the message and the people them say, Dre, you need it on YouTube, I may go over there because I believe in myself. So Jamaica, on the last Friday of this month, June, I think it is the 26th. You see, me I go no enough time. I'm giving you guys enough time because I need to raise at least $800 US. Yes. Because I saw a special computer laptop with all the features for an awesome production. And I will settle for. Me don't want the $1,000 one them and the $2,000. No, I want a regular laptop. A nice MacBook, you see, Jamaica people. Little under $800. And I declare that I will get it. So on the 26th of June, I will be having a tag drive right here. So me not go have no politics show. Me I go just open up the phone lines where persons call in and make them pledges. I will be providing my bank detail, my Zelle, the Cash App, you name it. And we are going to raise the money. I know people get money a week time, they get paid a fortnight, and they get paid monthly. So I'm asking everybody, yes, who believe in this platform, we are going to come together and we are going to raise the funds. Yes? $800 US. That is the target. And so I'm asking everybody to put aside something for the 26th of June. All right, everybody? Then God mouthpiece, come on. You know, for me, Kekla for the right next to me. Remember, I say it's a morning time program, you know. It's a morning time program. You know, so the hot tea have to be right next to me when me a bust up the things them on YouTube and them. Come on. You know, so me, when I done decorate for me background, me Kekla for the in the back. Yeah. Me mug them if hang up on me little rock. Look, you know, I'm not gonna know more. All I want you guys to do is to come through for me on the 26th and we are going to raise the money. So all who can give a 20, a 50, and all who can dig deep in them pocket and send 100, I welcome it. So I'm asking everybody, mark it down on the calendar, the 26th of June. Woman abroad, you know, because Jamaican people have their money, so me no want.
One JAMAICA, you know, big up JAMAICA and make sure so you guys go and support JAMAICA on that initiative. You understand? Welcome him on YouTube. Definitely. That's why I carry the thing because I say, boy, some people don't really use TikTok, you know. I know my mother don't have TikTok. And a lot of people want to hear the conversation. Want to be a part of the conversation. And hear what go on from DREBRIAN perspective. So, you know, I've been doing it for a little while now, and I welcome him coming on to the platform. I get what I deal with. And it's on my heart. I have to reach out to him, make sure say I contribute to his his drive. Never do it, man. That's a one good time too. 26, yeah man, I definitely have to give my link. So I deal with, yeah man, because all the point content is sure over yourself. So my way that I've given back. Definitely I'm going to do that. But welcome to everybody that is here right now. I'm going to add to the conversation with DREBRIAN. Just open up about that particular report. Then I'm going to go to the article. By 2 o'clock, you know, say Parliament. I'm not going to end the live here. We are going to run straight through to Parliament. So don't go anywhere. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell some more friends. So yo, forward over here, so. You understand? Because we are doing a marathon over here, so. Today, in regards to what's happening with the people's business. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to end the live and then come back 2 o'clock. Just going to run straight through, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me, there are some things I was doing a live last night, and there are some things that I wanted to go over. I just never have the energy, and the people never have me the vibes. You know, so I just end the live last night and get some sleep and rest. And here I am, feel energized, exactly what I needed. Some night rest. I don't know what's why I've been working. Now let me go to the article with the NWC, the audit report. Let me go to that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. So may I keep the integrity boss right to him there. Yes, man. Let me go to the article. Like and share up the live, like and share up the reaction. Let's go to this article. I want to know if you guys are seeing it. Seeing it well. Let me see. You're supposed to be seeing it in full. It says the NWC drowning under $33 billion debt, falling short of critical projects. Let's read, ladies and gentlemen. Let's read. This is interesting. I didn't even read this article yet to tell you the truth, but I intended to. Let's get it.
NWC drowning under $33 billion debt, falling short on S. A performance audit has unmasked severe structural and financial challenges at the National Water Commission, NWC, revealing that the utility provider is buckling under a staggering $33 billion debt while failing to execute critical water and sewerage infrastructure upgrades. The findings are the latest in an Auditor General's Department (OGD) report tabled in Parliament on Tuesday, following an evaluation of the effectiveness and efficiency of the NWC's management of capital projects. Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis said the audit was done to assess alignment with the organization's budget and strategic objectives. It revealed that despite moving from a multi-billion-dollar loss of $5.7 billion in financial year 2019-20 to a profit of $0.2 billion in financial year 2023-24, the agency is facing a severe cash shortage. The audit showed that for every dollar the state-run entity owes in short-term debt, it has only 50 cents in cash, causing its unpaid bills to suppliers to climb from $10.6 billion 10 years ago to $33.2 billion at March 2026.
What can go so?
March 2026. The financial strain, the audit report said, is worsened by a major collection problem as the NWC only expects to collect $4.6 billion from customers, having already written off $18.3 billion as unrecoverable bad debt. Still, the report said the NWC increased its internal project budget to $2.1 billion, up from $1.5 billion in 2019-20. The audit also found that the NWC consistently spent less on water infrastructure than it planned, and that actual capital spending fell short of the budget in 4 of 5 years. The OGD said this meant that
What can go so?
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
Emotional damage.
that planned improvements to water. The audit also found that the NWC consistently spent less on water infrastructure than it planned, and that actual capital spending fell short of the budget in 4 of 5 years. The OGD said this meant that planned improvements to water and sewerage systems may have been delayed. The audit report showed that the NWC systematically failed to meet its infrastructure goals during the review period by delivering substantially less capital work than budgeted. This resulted in direct, adverse consequences for public water and wastewater service reliability. Further, it said that although the utility's total capital budget grew from $7.2 billion in the 2019-20 financial year to a peak of $12.1 billion in 2020-21 before steadily declining, the spending was severely underexecuted in every year except 2019-20. The failure stemmed from a lack of budget credibility, the report said, as the NWC's capital plans were unanchored from realistic revenue, expenditure, and financing forecasts, forcing the agency to routinely defer or scale back critical infrastructure upgrades at the expense of the public. The consequence falls on service delivery. Planned investments in water, sewerage, and treatment infrastructure were deferred or scaled back, with implications for the reliability of services to the public, Monroe Ellis said in the report. Further, the 60-page audit report noted that 58%, 29 of 50, of audited contracts ran late, with delays of 3 months to 2.5 years. The delays were due mainly to contractor underperformance, the NWC entering into works contracts without first securing the requisite pipelines, unresolved land access issues, slow approval of variation orders, delayed fund disbursements, and legal challenges. We expected NWC to apply strong project and contract management, including adequate project planning and effective oversight, to ensure capital projects were delivered on time, within budget, and with value for money, said Monroe Ellis. However, case study reviews for 5 contracts revealed delays up to 29 months tied to the NWC's failure to enforce contractual remedies and provide timely responses to contractor claims. These issues negatively impacted the timely and effective completion of critical water supply improvement initiatives, highlighting the urgent need for improved contract management practices and stronger oversight mechanisms, she said. The OGD report said management undermined the credibility of its capital budget and crippled board oversight by submitting incomplete and inconsistent financial reports between 2019-20 and 2023-24. It said monthly project expenditure updates provided to the board excluded material and equipment supply contracts, capturing only works contracts instead. Furthermore, the NWC breached its statutory duties under the Public Bodies Management and Accountability (PBMA) Act, the report said, by failing to include mandatory explanations for cost variances and time delays in its quarterly reports to the Portfolio Ministry.
Wait, what? Hold up. It said monthly projects expenditure updates provided to the board excluded material and equipment supply contracts. That means they didn't put them in there. The monthly expenditure updates, it excluded material and equipment supply contracts, capturing only works contracts instead. Furthermore, the NWC breached its statutory duties under the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. The report said by failing to include mandatory explanation for cost variance and time delays in its quarterly reports to the Portfolio Ministry. No, listen. I don't understand how this happens. The law is the law. What is preventing the NWC? What is deterring them from following the law? But you see, them say if the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. When there's no accountability, when Andrew Holness statutory declaration cannot be certified, and all these things that look like a total red flag in well-thinking Jamaicans' mind, and he doesn't step aside. Everybody else feel like they can do these things in other ministries or other areas. You understand? Unbelievable. Let's continue.
Ministry. Discover more. Advertise with us. This reporting breakdown left both management and oversight bodies without the comprehensive data required to allocate resources effectively, ultimately weakening accountability and stalling project delivery, it said. Added to that, the report said the NWC did not get value for money when it spent $3.6 million $568.2 million on a financial management system that did not work effectively and had modules that remained partly ineffective due to ongoing system problems. NWC reported that it experienced significant implementation impediments, which resulted in incomplete financial records, persistent reconciliation issues, and inability to fully utilize all modules, including procurement, inventory management, and accounts payable. In December 2025, NWC engaged a new contractor at a cost of $198,000 $31 million, to address ongoing system deficiencies, the document outlined. The NWC did not meet critical targets for revenue growth and operational efficiency for financial years 2019 to 20 to 2024 to 25, except for revenue growth target for FY 2022-23 in breach of the PBMA Act, the Monroe-Ellis report said. The legislation requires the submission of annual reports, including audited financial statements within 4 months after the end of each financial year. This noncompliance undermines transparency and accountability and may adversely affect stakeholder confidence and regulatory oversight, said the OGD. For 6 consecutive years between the 2019-20 and 2024-25 financial periods, the audit report said the NWC did not meet critical targets for revenue growth and operational efficiency. It said in keeping with the PBMA Act, the NWC established KPIs in alignment with its strategic objectives. However, the NWC did not meet KPI targets for operational efficiency, including energy efficiency and non-revenue water, over the review period. Further, apart from FY 2022-23, the NWC did not meet KPI targets for revenue growth during the review period. Although NWC had set targets to increase access to potable water to 74% and sewerage services to 20% of the population by financial year 2023-24, the Commission did not measure and report on these KPI outcomes. Without sufficient performance tracking, progress towards these targets could not be measured, said Monroe-Ellis. Her report said subsequently, in November 2025, the NWC reported on the KPIs for access to potable water, 75.4% against a new 79% target, and sewerage services, 29.9% against a new 25% target, for financial year 2024 to 25 in its business performance and analysis report. Monroe Ellis has recommended that the NWC immediately establish a robust, formal prioritization framework, using a weighted scoring model to select capital projects objectively. She said to ensure budget credibility, the NWC must cease planning internally funded projects around unrealized revenue and, instead, cap its capital expenditure envelope based on realistic cash flow forecasts and confirmed funding sources. She also urged the NWC to implement a board-approved working capital and payables management plan to restore its quick ratio and reduce overall payables by 15%. To eliminate project delivery delays, the report underscores the need to ensure complete project readiness before mobilizing any works contract alongside aligning procurement timelines to the budget cycle so that contracts are not signed without confirmed financing. Monroe Ellis further said the NWC must enhance corporate governance, accountability, and transparency by establishing unified contract reporting routines, implementing rigid acceptance protocols for large IT infrastructure to prevent persistent system defects, and immediately clear its consecutive backlog of unsubmitted audited financial statements and annual reports. Based on the evidence presented, there are significant concerns regarding the credibility of the NWC's capital budget. Implementing the recommendations in this report would reestablish the credibility of NWC's capital budget and strengthen its delivery of the public services Jamaicans rely on. Said the OGD.
Wow. Wow. That's all I gotta say. Wow. That is a comprehensive situation. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, guys. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And it's so fitting to have the integrity boss up there, ladies and gentlemen. So very fitting. There's a couple things. Cliff Hughes. Wow. Hey, a whole person me have to cover, you know. Mighty God. Jamaica is not a real place. You remember, ladies and gentlemen, when me tell one brother say on TikTok and YouTube say, Andrew Honest, said this. PM wears blue in solidarity with the police. The same day when the JFJ had their protests. And him tell me say, if me find it, he must send me one lion. Me tell him to send me the lion because I know say it dead. Wanna listen to this?
As you can see today, I'm decked out in my blue because I'm in full support of the JCF. I think the conversation in the country needs to be balanced. Obviously, the JCF's increased activities in interdicting criminals and in dealing with the gangs would have caused a significant increase in the loss of life of those who challenge them. But I think the country should also understand that the gang warfare is at a level where we must respond and respond decisively. But as you can see today, I'm decked.
Me don't talk. Me tell you say me not come upon this app if you come tell lie upon nobody. When me attack, me try to make sure say the evidence is there. Barbados launch an app to report pothole and outages and other public service issues. You know, I wish we had a leader like Mia Motley. I really wish we had a leader like Mia Motley. And it has nothing to do with gender, you know. It has to do with leadership. And I tell you guys all the time, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, or if you're a cow, if you do the job, you do the job. I don't care once you are competent. Can you imagine if Jamaica had this? Andrew Honest and the government would have mad. Can you imagine if there was an app, right? Everybody can access and say, brother, location, pin, pothole, location, pin. This is breaking away. This is dangerous. Picture, video, everything. Can you imagine? This is a government that is serious about results, ladies and gentlemen. They are ready. Come, tell us. We want to fix it. Unlike the government that we have right now. Unlike the government that we have now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a damn shame. Moving on, because I only thing we have to talk about, and we only have 30 minutes before Parliament start. So the Bagwalk guard shootout was real. 4 persons was taken out by the police with minimal injury to the police. You understand? That's what took place, ladies and gentlemen. Not much to talk about. I know so Indicom are going to do what Indicom does. Indicom is also probing the case to make sure that there's no foul play. But this picture right here is so beautiful, isn't it? When you want to take a screenshot, guys, take a screenshot. Same law, different story. Excuse me. Same law, different story, ladies and gentlemen. I think that is worth taking a screenshot. Not true? Not true, Queen? I think that's worth taking a screenshot. What a thing. Sensitive. Which video that? Oh. Anyway, let me go to the Gleaner. The Gleaner have one story there. We more have a share. There's a story that and excuse me guys, sorry about my allergies are ridiculous sometimes. There's a story about Dushan.
What can go so?
There's a story about Dushan Savaria. Yeah. Let me just refresh this. There's a story about Dushan Savaria, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, I'm not going to do much talking today because, mighty God.
If this is the reason you skip vacations, give us 28 days of chair Tai Chi, and by May, everybody will be shocked by your results.
Start your mornings with a special chair Tai Chi program focused on muscle strength building, adapted for men over 60. I made it my goal to stay strong and keep my muscle strength.
So here's the story, guys. The Amber Group CEO is appointed chairman of the Special Economic Zone Regulator. Andrew and his friend, listen up. Let me read the article. Let's read the article. Let me add this article to this reaction piece here, because the news in Jamaica is ridiculous. Dushan Savaria, Amber Group CEO, appointed chairman of Special Economic Zone Regulator. I want to know for zoning pan Nara, ladies and gentlemen, and zoning pan this appointment at the same time.
Dushan Savadia, founder and chief executive of the Amber Group, a technology company, has been appointed chairman of the Jamaica Special Economic. Our Dr. Andrew Dushan Savadia, founder and chief executive of the Amber Group, a technology company, has been appointed chairman of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, SEZA. The authority announced the appointment on its Instagram page on Monday, describing Savadia as bringing a forward-looking vision that aligns with SEZA's commitment to driving investment, innovation, and sustainable economic growth. We look forward to working together to strengthen Jamaica's position as a premier destination for business and investment, the agency added. SEZA is the state body responsible for regulating and developing Jamaica's special economic zones, which are designated areas offering fiscal and regulatory incentives, such as lower corporate taxes, to attract foreign and domestic investment.
So, one P local people, and how you gonna attract foreign investment? Any well-thinking person from overseas that is looking at Jamaica corruption, scandals in this country, the lack of accountability, like we just read with NWC. You understand? Why would they want to come to Jamaica to invest? And how does Amber Group and this man is going to change that? What has been the track record of the Amber Group? Haven't they had some serious failures, ladies and gentlemen? Some failures that some people want to hide. But big up to people like Mystic Sensation. You understand? That unearth these articles and this information and share it with us about the Amber Group. They have been quite meticulous in terms of covering this particular individual, Dushian Savada, and his history, where it come from, his story told, and the inconsistencies thereof. But here he is, a close friend, a man that was poor in India and came to the Caribbean, and then once he knocked head with Andrew Honest, billionaire, right? But the same Andrew Honest don't know how to grow our economy by more than 1.8% at any given time in his history as the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party and the Prime Minister. No time he has done that. And he has grown his own wealth. Oh, by the way, the same wealth that he does not know how to explain. Uncertified. And then we have Nara in the mix of all of this. And this person is going to be the CEO, appointed chairman, the chairman of a special economic zone regulator.
Investment. In May 2023, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness appointed Savada Ambassador and Special Investment Envoy for Technology, one of 4 such envoys named at the time to drive economic growth. He has also served on several other government boards.
Jamaica, want to hear that? So this man is very close to Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness appointed him Special Investment Envoy for Technology. Oh, by the way, there was a breach. There has been some breaches in our technology as well. I'm going to go to that article. Let's continue.
Boards. Savada founded the Amber Group in Jamaica in 2015. Amber Connect, one of its first companies, provides AI-powered vehicle tracking, security, and fleet management solutions. His company also has a relation whip with the state's training agency, the Heart/NSDA Trust. That partnership is named the Amber Heart Academy, which was established to provide skills training in cybersecurity, data analytics, mobile and web application development to unattached Jamaican youth. The SEZA falls under the portfolio of the Aubin Hill-led Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce. In February 2021, the Amber Group faced scrutiny after it emerged that the JamCovid website it developed for the government to manage pandemic-related travel had exposed some travelers' personal information. The company said it immediately and successfully addressed the security issue. Follow the Gleaner on X, formerly Twitter, and Instagram at Jamaica.
So Jamaica, this is we're not telling a lie upon them. There was a big breach in the JamCovid website. This company, this money and the company has only had some colossal failures. I haven't really seen. That was a superb breach. That was a colossal failure. You understand? And of course, you know, given the needs, tying everything together, you know, all them wanting to go digital, and this man is supposed to be the person that is at the center of all of that. Yeah, I'm not very confident given his antecedents, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you guys. But there's an article, man. There's an article, a story that I saw where there was some type of breach where the some data is concerned. You understand? Oh, see it here. Hackers claim access to the NHF client medical thing. Make you hear what I'm have to say.
NHF has confirmed receipt of a threat from a hacker group claiming to have access to some of the data. It's not yet confirmed, even though they have indicated some of the data that they say they have. It's not yet confirmed. However, enough evidence was gathered to require the agency to report the incident to the Office of Information Commissioner. That's an area falling under Minister Wheatley's portfolio. Additionally, the team has reached out to MOCA to update them on the situation, and will engage with the relevant agencies further for support with the investigation. Just to assure the public that the immediate steps have been taken to reinforce security protocols and hardening of the organization's security posture is ongoing. What's this data? This data is about medication and, you know, maybe who benefits from what type of medication. It's confidential data. We don't reveal our history of medication administration. And we do get attacks on a daily basis, just as the banks do and so on. But I just wanted to raise this to the public because something is being circulated in this space. Thank you. NHF has confirmed.
Very, very serious, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? So, let me know what you guys think, yeah? I personally don't have any confidence in these people, to be quite honest with you. I don't know who in their right mind would. But hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Let me know what you guys think. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Alright, my people. Let me show you something I go on. Because DREBRIAN did not play this earlier, but I find the clip. Well, listen to the people in my party.
Welcome back to Primetime News. We are not moving. That declaration this evening from residents of Party in St. Elizabeth over an announcement from the Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, that they will be relocated. Now, the coastal community was devastated by Hurricane Melissa, and residents have been struggling to rebuild. Krista Campbell has details.
Devastated seaside community in St. Elizabeth and a government's plan to relocate those unable to rebuild. But not even heavy rains could stop the people of Parity from sending this message on Tuesday.
The Prime Minister have been right to say what he must say, but he have no right because I have to come ask what we want. No, we live here. What we have about?
I come here, I mean, I left for business there around. Me a part-time business community. I have tourists that come here. Them have to have one room for me, because I don't know where I go.
I am not leaving.
Hey, me too love them a people here. Yo, big up the people in my Parity. Me say big up the people in my Parity. Just make sure so you not live clean and live figure there. That's all me a telling you. But you not have the right idea. Yes, man. That is it. Boy, Isaac Buchanan and his team have whole heap of work for you. Because I know so them things you got caught, you know. I know so them things you got caught. People need to go seek legal advice. And make sure so you sue the government in advance. Just like how when the people did sue them about the potential environmental damages where they would face if they mine in the Discovery Bay area, which the government appeal. Jamaican people don't have Parity. When you join hands and heart together on the money, I want to go seek legal advice. This government is getting out of control. You understand them? Don't care for the people, right? And the people might talk for themselves, thank God. Listen to the people.
And the whole community is standing up. They are not leaving. A boat tossed by the sea onto what's left of a backyard pool gives only a glimpse of the extensive damage Hurricane Melissa left behind here in Parity. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness has not said exactly where the residents will be relocated to, but the name of one community has already come up.
But we don't got malware. Me can't play I am. Me is a fisherman. Me is a tour driver. Me can't play I am. Me have it on yes, so. But if me broke right now, I should get arena for me not gonna flicking ball right now. From here, people should come. To rain never turn them back.
There is no plot of land which have been used for farming within this area, right? Most of the residents they benefit from the sea.
Residents are aware of this, and there's no town hall meeting, and you just hear that you have to relocate it.
Blocks, steel, sand, and other construction materials are evidence that the rebuilding process is far advanced here in Parvati, and two-story buildings like the one behind me are even
So Dirty Andrew, what you gonna do? You gonna bulldoze the people and material them and clear them off island. Me say, there's a vision where one girl get a Andrew when it's run from Jamaica. And him same one say on him card, him school card when the younger say, he will be assassinated by one of his many enemies. You so much enemy Andrew when it's make people them. Only so much enemy man make people them. This is Andrew Owen's third attempt in an office to move people off of their land. 2 times in do it, 1 time in be successful and bulldoze people in land. 2nd time in PMP and Isaac Buchanan and Mark Gold, you know, me know about. Stand up for the people them and no such demolition they go on. So what am I going to do? They want to demolish the people them house in a party. And JAMAICA said it before the money help the people them, right? And make sure say whatever them are going to do for build no structure down there, for make it seem like it's protected, do the same for the people them so they can honor them place. Damn out of order. Can you imagine? Let's continue.
clear evidence that the people intend to rebuild in the only community they say they've known, which is why their response is clear.
Well, I'm like my 3rd generation fisherman in my family. So if Andrew relocate me, I don't have nowhere to put my equipment on my boat. So I cannot leave.
After Hurricane Melissa, I myself have spent over $5 million to renovate my house. And to hear that I have to relocate, that's not nice. And I'm not going to live in any container house.
Reporting from Parvati in St. Elizabeth, I'm Krista Campbell for TVJ News.
Hey, let me tell the people in my party something. You go do an evaluation of your property. You understand? But them are put in a container house. Go do an evaluation of your property. You hear the woman say she spent $5 million on her house. You see where the house located? And that's the value, you know, right near to the sea. That is the value. That is the value, ladies and gentlemen. You see the fisherman them? Hey, you hear the man say, and they say making money. So what they want the people them to do? I tell you, say it's going to be a bangarang. Jamaican people stand up. Stand and take your place and don't make this bully government come bullying out on the property. Don't do it. You know from when you're from the storm coming up. From the storm coming up, people been warning, ladies and gentlemen. I have to tell you, from this storm come, people have been warning the people, right? Of what could be coming. And them say this is going to be a land grab. Because over the world, you know, anytime people hear say, there's going to be a smart city built. The people, because when the smart city them built already, the people, them eyes, them open wide. People, them not take no check, ladies and gentlemen. No check, them not taking. So them can't stay there. You say people, them are ramp with them around there. Alright? So why is the on the agenda, yeah, so? We go through Dushi and Zavada thing. Oh, yes! Rotted. Jamaica, when I play this phone now. What a banger. So we go through the Amber group. We go through that. Oh, no, listen to this, Jamaica. Listen to this.
A section of Long Lane in St. Andrew will be temporarily closed this weekend to fix a recurring breakaway that has been claiming tires, front ends, and motorists' patience. The National Works Agency, NWA, says the road will be closed at 10 p.m. on Friday to facilitate extensive work in the area. Jamila Maitland reports.
Vehicles come to a crawl almost daily along a section of Long Lane in St. Andrew, not because of traffic, but because of the hopscotch motorists have to play on the bad road. Those brave enough slowly cross it. Good intention from motorists, however, is how others are able to proceed. Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North Central Delano Seavright says a contract was awarded by the National Works Agency to fix the area.
They have been complaining about their vehicles being damaged, serious accidents along the corridor that have.
But because of the hop crawl almost
Friday to facilitate extensive work in the area. Jamila Maitland reports.
Vehicles come to a crawl almost daily along a section of Long Lane in St. Andrew, not because of traffic, but because of the hopscotch motorists have to play on the bad road. Those brave enough slowly cross it. Good intention from motorists, however, is how others are able to proceed. Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North Central Delano Seavright says a contract was awarded by the National Works Agency to fix the area.
They have been complaining about their vehicles being damaged, serious accidents along the corridor that have led to serious injuries and I believe fatalities in the past. And there's a view that if we don't address this problem, it will only fester.
Motorists, as well as people who live and work in the area, say there have been several road repairs to this very spot on Long Lane. There have been several accidents too, and even more near misses.
This has been fixed about 4 or 5 times already, and each time it gets worse. I mean, a lot of people have lost their front end around here, but that's the accidents I personally haven't seen, have heard, but I haven't really seen what I know. The holes that have been created by this issue really causing a lot of damage to people's cars.
Ray Gascoigne, a resident for over 30 years, says the community wants a permanent fix to the problem. Communications manager at the NWA, Stephen Shaw, says this time around, the work to fix the area will be much more extensive.
Investigations that we have carried out indicate that the subsurface, which is expansive clay, continues to be impacted by water from the hills. And so anytime that clay material becomes wet, it lends itself to significant failure. So what we have decided to do is to excavate the space by removing all of that clay material, or most of it.
Matcon Construction is the contractor. A representative from the company told TVJ News that work is expected to start on Friday night. Road closure is at 10 p.m. It reopens 3:30 a.m. on Monday. Motorists are being advised to use the old Stony Hill Road. He said traffic signs will be placed in the area to guide motorists. Jamila Maitland, TVJ News.
The Toyota RAV4 has been the SUV Jamaica.
A call this evening. Member of Parliament for East Central St. Catherine, Alonda Terrelong, is expressing disappointment with the National Works Agency, NWA, for not moving fast enough in repairing roadways across Portmore. Details in this report.
On Wednesday, scores of taxi operators who ply the Gregory Park route withdrew their services in protest against the bad road conditions.
People them can't even get a turn off, because I want them with the low car, no turn off can't go on. As the boy struck out and them thing that they mash up back in our road. Look how them thing that big over there, sir.
Go ahead and watch the road yourself, father. It mash up back, we do it again, it mash up back. We need some assistance when them and it a causeway.
Member of Parliament for East Central St. Catherine, Alonda Terrelong, says for the past 7 months he has been making representation. However, nothing has been done.
This is the worst that the roads across East Central have been in the last decade. Now, for the past 7 months, I've been making representations to the heads of the National Work Agency, pleading with them, begging them to fix the roads across East Central. You know, from you get off the 95 going across Christian Penn, right there in front of the clinic, going across the Cedar Grove Academy, going across Newlands Main Road. I mean, listen, going down into Grange Lane, the roads have just been in a deplorable state for the past 7 months.
He told residents funds were diverted in response to Hurricane Melissa.
Of course, as a government, we've had to divert more than $67 billion, to fix the areas across Western Jamaica that were ravaged by Hurricane Melissa. So residents have been very patient and they understood that. I was advised by the representatives of NWA, including the minister, that as soon as the budget has been read and we now have would have the budgetary allocations, then funds would be deployed to fix the road. Now, the budget has been read, but again, the roads still have not been repaired.
Road work is currently being conducted along Municipal Boulevard to Helsha. We contacted the communication manager of NWA, Stephen Shaw, who confirmed that he is aware of the situation. He said his team has done estimates and the procurement process for works has commenced. He added that work will be done along the corridor as soon as the process is complete. MAGNITSKY Robinson, TVJ News.
So you guys must be wondering, why is 2 of the ministers or senators, MPs, whatever their capacity in parliament is, why is 2 of those individuals pretty much throwing the NWC under the bus? Who remember when the gentleman, I'm going to play the last part back again. Listen to this.
Advised by the representatives of NWA, including the minister, that as soon as the budget has been read and we now would have the budgetary allocations, then funds would be deployed to fix the road. Now, the budget has been read, but again, the roads still have not been repaired.
Road work is currently being conducted along Municipal Boulevard to Helsha. We contacted the communication manager of NWA, Stephen Shaw, who confirmed that he is aware of the situation. He said his team has...
Stephen Shaw. Let's look up who Stephen Shaw is. Stephen Shaw, NWA. NWC. NWA or NWC? NWC? NWA. Stephen Shaw. Stephen Shaw this? This man is Stephen Shaw. Okay. Alright, so NWA. Alright, cool. Who remember when the gentleman came to Parliament, and I think it was the, what do you call it? The PAC meeting, Public Accounts Committee. Came to the Public Accounts Committee, ladies and gentlemen. And he mentioned that, what really happened is that when money is allocated for Spark, but then the reason why the Spark is not sparking is that the amount of money that is there will not be able to actually fix the road, right? So everything is intertwined, ladies and gentlemen. That is why you have to understand it. So the NWA, NWC, Spark, and when it comes to the road, they don't say all of these agents, what going nuts? When it comes to the road, all of these agencies, they have to work together in unison. Yes? Well, the gentleman that came into that meeting, ladies and gentlemen, and revealed to us, I don't know if it's this one. Let me see if I that one.
Management of the wing would assist the hospital where they can, providing that the hospital acts through the respective channels.
Alright, so that is not the one. That's not the one. Let's see if we can find this thing before. What's up, Nicky Small Wagwan? Nicky said, no, sir. Like I'm sure our Parliament soon start. I'm going to start me on a live stream them. Hold on there. Parliament soon start. Let me start me on a live stream them. Our Parliament soon start and that's why we're here. Today, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we are here. That's why we're there, as they would have said. On next one. Where's my other phone? Oh, I'm tripping. Phone is here, ladies and gentlemen. Phone is here. I don't want to be late where these other live streamers are concerned. 5 years ago. What? One time my mother get mad and cut her hair. Say, what am I go cut in hair for? But every woman go through that period there. I'm gonna start my life there, man, cause I don't want no problem. What go on my side, my life, you know, we're there. I wait for Parliament to start. Yes? Let me go over here, so come. I go live over here, so too. Yes, BOLO TBV, yes. My life on all platforms today for that one. Trust me. Miss Natalie Nitagav, you know much problem we have in a local government. I want fire this in ladies and gentlemen. It's another fire that is gonna be blazing in the evening here, you know. Yeah, man, when DREBRIAN say, the Labour Party shall know no peace. DREBRIAN never tell a lie. Anyway, let me see if we can find that Public Accounts Committee, ladies and gentlemen. What happened here, sir? Resume. Wanna like and share up the video for me? Let me see if we can find a Public Accounts Committee meeting there. Yeah. Yeah. Economic and Production Committee. What is this? Sitting at the House. What is this? Ethics Committee. I know so long ago. I know 4 weeks ago. Public Accounts Committee. This was 4 weeks ago. Let me see. It's either the PAAC or the PAC. But I'm gonna find it. All I want to do is see man face, you know. Oh, this have to do with that have to do with that have nothing to do with the road works. That have to do with what you call it. Let me see, constitutional sitting at the House, economic sitting at the House, Senator oversight, Labour, post cabinet, public administration. Oh, I think maybe it's not 2 weeks ago. Hold on. See if I hit that. Oh, this are the lady. This are the lady from the Ministry of Labour. That the one that the Ministry of Labour. Alright, so Public Administration Committee, 13 days. So this would be the next day. Let's see if I hit this. Thank you guys for your patience. I'm waiting on Parliament to start. I already have it queued up, you know, so as soon as it starts, you will hear it. I will hear it, but it hasn't started as yet. You know they're usually late, right? Yes. Let me see. Want to take a picture? Yeah, I think they should go on that side. What happened to my live stream? What them people I deal with? My live a while ago and my phone was cut off. What is? What going on my YouTube? They don't ramp with me, you know? Well, or not, mommy. No, my phone keep cutting off, man. This is third time. Okay. No, video the pan. Video put the pan. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I take some glamour shot. Glamour shot. All this. Oh, you want more?
No, man. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Something is off. Something is off. My YouTube keeps cutting off on this phone. Something is definitely off, ladies and gentlemen. But I found it very interesting that 2 MPs or senators or whatever they want him from the Jamaica Labour Party was attacking the roads and how the roads were. I'm like, what this go? They don't realize that they are the ones in government. You understand? But the attack was very strategic. It was a strategic attack. Let me see. Oh, YouTube want update, and that's why the phone are going so. Come here, say, I want to this phone. We're going to update it fast and go back. Point. Ryan, what's up, Ryan? Salute to you, broski. Alright, back to this now. So, keynote, that's not it. Public account, I'm saying June 2nd. This must be it. June 2nd, that's not it. It was Joint Select Committee, June 3rd. See if I hit this. I'm gonna try the YouTube now and see if it works. Alright. Oh my God. Advertisement again. Oh, this was about this was Delray Chuck's, yeah, Delray Chuck's. Standing Senate, standing order committee, bridge. That's so far back. It was that far back? It was like a month ago? Oh, so after that the meeting there, them start them vibes. But the roads, them and them something there. I believe what they did, they wanted to shift blame from the government, and that is why the two representatives of the Jamaica Labour Party, Terry Long and Siv Wright, both of them, ladies and gentlemen, came out complaining about their roads. All of a sudden, after that, the meeting there, when they got exposed that, you know, the Spark program was just a grand way of pretty much, oh, it start now? Okay, wonderful. It start now, ladies and gentlemen. It not start, you know, but it start. It start. Alright. Time for less of me and more of the parliament. Alright, yes, it start, man. See it there? Them now do so bad to them. Take myself off my screen, take off my camera, and mute myself.
Together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Today, we are asking leave of the House to do a special continuation of Standing Finance Committee in respect of the review of the BOJ report, which we would like to conclude. So I now ask the members Mr. Marshall moving fast, but it's okay. All right, so members, we will do call of the roll, and after doing call of the roll, we will ask that we vote to suspend the sitting, and we will do so going straight into committee, after which we will come back to the House sitting. Clerk, call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkins, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Morris. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, we now move to suspend the sitting so that we can go back to standing finance. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We will now continue. Member Crawford, could you turn your mic on, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a final question. Now, Governor, when we looked at the report and compared it with the fiscal policy paper, your growth estimates in the short term were more optimistic than the government, but your growth estimates in the midterm was much more pessimistic than the government, despite the positive gap. What's the reason for that?
Well, I'm not sure when the fiscal paper was presented. However, what we have found is that the quarter end in December and March they have turned out to be better quarters than thought before. And so that would have informed our view of a milder negative growth in those quarters. Going forward, when we look at the capacity of the economy to take investments and digest it, so to speak, it seems to us that in the region of 1 to 3% is about all it can do. It bucks upon a capacity problem. For example, just labor and skills. So that's our estimate at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member Russell?
Governor, I too join in wishing you well with the next chapter. And as was expressed earlier, we appreciate the service you've provided. Let me start with the issue of rural inflation, which is not covered in the document, the policy brief. But I wonder if you have any information on what inflation looks like in rural areas as compared to urban, given that a lot of the drivers of inflation are those which rural folks would spend a lot of their resources on, transportation, electricity, etc.
Yeah, so statin does produce inflation according to regions. So there's the overall Jamaica, and then there's the Kingston metropolitan area, the other urban towns, and the rural. Typically, we find that rural inflation is typically a little bit higher than what you'd find in other urban or overall KMA, and that just reflects the swings predominantly in agricultural prices, for example. It reflects transportation costs being higher for energy and so forth. So it's typically a little bit higher.
So the natural follow-up to that is there policy recommendations which are made to reduce the effect of inflation on rural areas, given the point you just made?
Well, the challenge is that the tools that the central bank has at its disposal, it's really a blanket tool. It cannot target specific regions or specific sectors. So to deal with that problem, you're more looking at what we call structural policies. So this now relates to more government policy rather than monetary policy.
All right, thank you. The second one, while in your term as governor, you'd have seen quite a few shocks. Beryl, Melissa, probably the most notable. I just wondered, given the new realities in which we live with climate change, if the bank, what is the bank learning, and how should Jamaica be adopting its monetary and fiscal policy in light of the new realities in which we live?
Yes, we are very sensitive to the climate change issue, and we have begun the process of consultation with the deposit-taking institution, the lending institutions, to formulate policies that recognize that the impact of climate change can be quite negative on credit. So, for example, if you're going to lend to a homeowner who is near to the sea, you need to understand that it's a different risk to lending to someone elsewhere. So I'm just simplifying it with that, to say that we are sensitive to the need to be more careful about how credit is distributed given climate change.
All right, just one last one to wrap up. The projected 1 to 2% growth outlook in the medium term, that is quite low and probably will not give us the change that we need, all right, in terms of the transformation that we're seeking in communities. I wonder if you have any thoughts on the main constraints to higher growth in the economy.
I have a personal opinion. I think that our labor productivity is too low. We have virtually full employment, but at the same time, we have 1 or 2% growth. So that implies that the additional employment is not producing a value added for GDP that is significantly above the 1 to 2%. And so what we do need to do in the long run, medium term, is have a workforce that is more productive. And that means a workforce that is more educated, more skilled, to be able to do more high-valued jobs than they are now doing at the margin. No doubt there are other structural issues, but I would say fundamentally that is a problem. And when you look at Jamaican workforce compared to other equivalent workforces of small countries that have a higher GDP growth rate than us, you'll see that their productivity is higher.
Part of the argument, though, is that the way we remunerate and incentivize production is a part of the problem, because the very person who might be a low productivity person in this context will do much better placed in another context.
Yes, so it's not just the willingness of the person. They need to have the tools to work with, the environment, the infrastructure, the connectivity. Yes, so a Jamaican leaves our shores, goes to the United States, they become more productive, partly because of that environment, because of the discipline involved. So we need all of that to raise our levels of productivity too.
All right. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Speaker.
Minister Tufton.
Hi, thank you. 2 quick questions, Governor. First of all, I join the echo of sentiments to you on your stewardship. Thank you very much to you and your team. KYC platform to allow clients to shift accounts from one bank to the next, I see as an important part of the competitive requirement to address issues like ATM machines that are not functional, opening of accounts, which I'd like you to comment on, and interest rates. I mean, interest rates in the commercial banks are hovering at 10%. You're offering, you're about 5.5%. You know, I'm linking all of this to competition. I may be wrong, and you can comment on that. It's very difficult to shift from one bank to the next and to open an account. It's almost like a thesis. And I just wondered, why is it so difficult, and what is being done to try and make it a lot easier in order to stimulate competition?
I'm going to ask Dr. Wade to talk to that.
No, I think you're correct. At the core of the problem is the degree of competition in this sector. Now, as the governor indicated earlier, we're not going to change the number of banks. But what we can try to change is the ease with it you can move from one bank to another, the ease with it you can move your products. You can select or choose products from one institution or another. So we have been working on a couple of things. You mentioned the eKYC. That is a major tool or a major initiative that we're pursuing. We are in the RFP process. We had an initial tender, but we weren't able to find companies that actually met the requirement. So we are going back to tender very shortly. So work is progressing where that is concerned. We're also working with the banks to see how can we make more readily available in one place to the public comparative data on interest rates and on fees in one central place. We had hoped to actually have launched that already, but when we started to drill down in terms of the data, we realized we needed to get more granular data from the institution so that it can be of benefit to the public. So hopefully before the year is out, we can launch what is called a shopping platform. So you could go to our website or we'd have an app, and you can see what Bank X offers vis-a-vis Bank Y. So we're slowly putting in the basic tools that will allow persons to make a choice, that will empower persons to make a choice. Because our vision for the banking sector, as we indicate, you're not going to get more banks coming in. And more banks coming in probably won't even change the competition needle. But what you want is to empower people to move and choose.
Right.
And so our vision really is for what is called an open banking concept for Jamaica.
That I would say can't happen fast enough, because it seems to me the power must reside with the consumer. And if a bank knows that they can just move their account, I believe the banking and as it ought to be will return. The second one, related to that, what can Parliament do, if anything, us parliamentarians, to hasten that process, whether it's laws to be changed or indeed to increase the digital platform engagement that I think will also create a more efficient banking system? Is there anything that is lacking, Governor, maybe outgoing Governor? Maybe you are the one to address this, since you can take a parting shot at us without, even if you have to offend us. What is it that we need to do at the level of legislation in the House here?
Dr. Tufton, that's a difficult one, and I do have a view.
We'd like to hear your view.
But I'd rather discuss it with the minister first.
Oh man, this is the highest.
I will do so before leaving office.
You're in the highest court of the land. I'm sure the minister don't mind. And if you want a Bible, we can provide it.
I think the minister would like me to discuss it with her first.
But seriously, is there anything that you can discuss? Because I think that we have a responsibility and we must take advice. I mean, you have an independent central bank, but the bank is empowered to act based on decisions that we take.
But Jamaica, our kind of party shop business are going on, sir. So why am I say to Faithful William doing can't say to we? Only know say them people compromise. But this is a clear sign of compromise. And Christopher Tufton, what angle are you coming from being on that side? For you ask a question, you're a very cheeky fellow, but I'm glad you asked it. Mighty God.
Here.
Right. So what I think the Parliament has a role to play, and that is what I want to speak to the minister about.
What's your personal opinion?
I'll give you my personal view on August 19 when I'm retired. But I'll give it to the minister in the meanwhile.
All right.
Any other questions, Minister?
I have one more, but I'm being asked for a point of...
No. Pardon me? That is totally acceptable. He is being asked for a personal response he cannot give now because he operates in the capacity as governor and governor alone at this stage. Moving on. Minister Tufton, last question, please.
Should I go on?
Yes.
Okay, so, Governor, I see you.
Oh, yeah, though. But if you had dash it from people so without warning, listen, look for...
One final question. Energy cost. So, if electricity cost in Jamaica is probably twice as high as probably the average comparable country around the world, and it has a real impact on consumers. With everything that's happening with the war and so on, I mean, has the bank done any analysis on the implications of inflation-driven related costs around energy and by extension to the final consumer to provide any guidance at all? Is there any sort of involvement, or that's with the Planning Institute? Has there been any analysis done?
Yes, of course, we know all the components that contribute to inflation, and energy is a major one. Agricultural food prices would be another major one. So we do have a very good idea about that, and our inflation outlook is based on what we expect that energy prices to be like globally, which is impacted now by the Middle East. So we're not very optimistic for the short term about energy prices. The way in which we try to combat inflation, and particularly imported inflation, is through the exchange rate. by trying to keep that as stable as possible. And earlier in our comments, I mentioned that on a year-over-year basis, the exchange rate has appreciated, not depreciated. And that helps a lot in keeping imported inflation low.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Minister. Minister Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions and probably 1 comment. And thank you, Governor, for your leadership. I think the bank is in a very strong position, and that is as a result of you and the team. I'm happy to hear that the Twin Peaks model that is almost ready to come to Cabinet. My hope is that you'll be able to get it before Cabinet, before you leave. I think that is a critical part of not just the legacy, but what is needed, especially in relation to the customer service aspects of our banks. So my first question is about the ATMs. Right, you had put in a system of monitoring for ATMs. I'm wondering how that is doing. Are the banks living up to the standards in relation to the ATMs? And if they are not, what is the bank doing about it? Can the bank do anything about it? That is the first part. And the second part is in relation to hurricane-ravaged areas where ATMs have been destroyed. Are the banks under any obligations to put back in those ATMs? And this is very important because some of the banks left the spaces with physical locations prior to the hurricane and said that the replacement were these ATMs. Now that the ATMs have been destroyed, the people are without service. So that is the first question.
Yes, luckily for me, I brought along Dr. Lewis, who is the expert on the ATM business.
Thank you very much, Governor. So I would say that Hurricane Melissa had a significantly negative impact on the ABM infrastructure, which the sector, the banking sector, is just about recovering from now. In the immediate aftermath of the hurricane, about 50% of the stock was offline. As at March, we have about 90 to 95% of all ABMs back. However, there are some parishes, as you point out, where they have not been able to replace ABMs that were destroyed as a result of the passage of the hurricane. So the question as to whether or not we can compel them to put back infrastructure in those areas, I would say there's nothing in our powers to compel them. Our discussions with them, though, don't suggest that they do not have intention so to do. We haven't received any notification or advisory that they have no intention. However, there are sometimes delays in procurement. As you know, it takes time to import, install, and the infrastructure in terms of electricity, data have to be in place before even the physical machine has any chance of operating. The second question is whether or not we have a ability to penalize DTIs who do not meet the service level standard. The answer is no. Currently, the framework is one that is focused on safety and soundness. So a DTI will have to have a very large proportion of its ABM facility non-operational before we can really use safety and soundness as a basis for sanctioning. But as the governor would have pointed out, under the Twin Peaks framework, the idea is that there would be a competent authority whose mandate would be solely focused on both that issue, complaints handling, redress, and also in terms of market conduct, which is just how you go about providing your service. And that, in that framework, it is envisaged that where there is non-compliance, because the primary statute has that as its focus, then there's a basis for sanctioning, levying either more than likely financial sanctions rather than imprisonment, which is a sanction under the prudential side for safety and soundness.
The second question, although Mr. Lewis, you never told me if they were meeting the standards.
So let's break down the standard into the three measurable, quantitative, and then the qualitative. In relation to the quantitative measures, each DTI is required to have 90% or more of its ABM fleet operation at any given time. They are meeting that standard. as at March. It had fallen, and they're now back up to between 90 and 95%. And that is true broadly across their ABM network. It is not necessarily true by parish, because you may have a parish where you have 2 or 3 ABMs, and those ABMs are not operational. The standard is your total fleet of ABMs. The second standard in terms of uptime, they're not meeting. The standard is 95% overall. They're at 92%, 93%. Before Melissa, they were almost at 94, about to reach. And then, of course, they had the setback, so they're building that back. And in relation to the time it takes them to put the machine back into service, there have been significant improvements. In rural Jamaica, their time to fix the machines has fallen to the 3 hours, but they are not making that standard in relation to the Kingston and metropolitan area, in which case they are not making the 1 hour benchmark. So the results have been mixed and negatively impacted by both Beryl and then Melissa.
Thank you. So the second question and the final question. So, Governor, clearly your primary focus is on price and financial system stability. But the Act also speaks to ensuring that that is done in keeping with the government's growth and employment targets. The question is, sometimes there is a feeling that there's an over-reliance on raising the interest rates, and that stifles growth and the ability to invest. Now that the direction is to more rapidly grow the country, especially in light of Hurricane Melissa, the question is, are there other policy prescriptions that can be utilized to maintain the stability while driving the growth agenda?
Yes, we have the specialized mandate of price and financial sector stability. It's like we're on a football team, and let us say that we are the defense. We're expected to stay in a particular place and play a particular role. However, if the opportunity arises for us to move forward and score a goal, we will. So I think you can look at the Bank of Jamaica in that way. We are the policemen of inflation and financial stability. If we have an opportunity to lower rates because we think inflation is going to be low and expectations are going to be low, we will. And if we have an opportunity to encourage growth in any other way, we will. But our primary mandate is inflation, guarding inflation from being excessive. Because inflation hits the poor more than anything else. That's how we view the trade-off between growth and inflation.
Member Terrelon.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Again, Governor, to you and the team at BOJ, again, just to thank you for the work that you have done, certainly in terms of steering Jamaica through the COVID years and, of course, Hurricane Beryl and Hurricane Melissa. That has been mentioned, but notably, the work that the BOJ did in coordination, of course, with our team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and other ministries as well, in getting Jamaica removed from the FATF, that notorious grey list. Now that we have been removed, what is that urgent push going forward now by the bank in terms of new policy mechanisms, our dealings with international banks in terms of to remove the question of blocked funds and delayed transactions? That's an issue that has been raised even recently in this House as it relates to everyday transactions, and when you're talking about use of technology and removing funds, same-day transactions, you know, we still have that sort of banking regime where we do not see same-day transactions, meaning same-day transactions. We don't have the sort of 24-hour system. So my thinking is, with Jamaica now being removed from that FATF list, can we see a greater push now towards correspondent banks across the world, etc.? In addition to, obviously, it's now easier for us now to access international funding at cheaper rates as well, not just at the commercial sector, but also at the individual sector as well.
Yes, thank you for that question. The fight to stay off of the grey list continues. And as the minister knows, we have a reckoning coming in September shortly. So it's a constant battle. The standards get higher and higher. And for better or for worse, Jamaica has done so well in the past in this respect that they have very high expectations of when we do our next test, which is in September. So that is a challenge we face. To have 24-hour RTGS is an objective that is very worthwhile for the bank to pursue. And I feel assured that that is an objective that we are going to pursue, because it's not adequate, it's not good enough to be able to do a transaction and it not go through almost instantaneously. So we are working on that end. The number of correspondent banks certainly would look more favorably on Jamaica, having been taken off of the grey list. So I think that in the future we'll find that that array of banks will grow.
Wrapping up will be our Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Minister Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Governor Biles, I know that there is still a full 2 months to go before you put down the title. But I want to also publicly express my thanks to you and the team that you've been doing at the Bank of Jamaica, to you for the work at the helm of the Bank of Jamaica, an institution that was established many decades ago, back in the early 1960s, and has become a well-respected institution, not just in Jamaica, but across the region. As governor, as you said earlier on, you've led through exogenous disturbances. COVID, Beryl, Melissa, and now the oil war. And you have been graceful and steady through all of this. So we commend you, Governor Biles and the team, for the recent awards, the Best Bank Award 2025, and for yourself, you just recently won the RG Platinum Award for Legacy Service, which includes, being the head of EPOC, Economic Policy Oversight Committee, through a very, very rough period. So on behalf of the government and a grateful people of Jamaica, I want to say a heartfelt thank you for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Governor, would you like to say anything else before we conclude?
Madam Speaker, no, I've had a long session with you, and I have expressed the honor that I have felt to lead this bank, and I would only be repeating myself.
Thank you,
if
Governor.
I said more. Thank you very much.
Let me say thanks to the team. The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives on the Bank of Jamaica Quarterly Monetary Policy Statement for the 6 months ended March 2026, and the Monetary Policy Reports dated February 24, 2026 and May 26, 2026 is before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The committee now stands adjourned. Thank you again to the team from BOJ. As indicated earlier in our most unusual sitting, we continue with the sectoral debate, and we'll have presentations from the Honorable Delroy Chuck, KC, MP, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North East. Also, Mrs. Natalie Nita Garvey, Member of Parliament for St. Catherine North Central, and Opposition Spokesperson on Local Government and Participatory Democracy. I wish to extend a special welcome to the constituents in the gallery from the constituencies represented by the two members of Parliament presenting today, and trust that you will find the proceedings both enjoyable and informative. I must, however, remind those seated in the gallery, you are not allowed to clap, make loud comments, or engage in any way in any behavior that will disturb the proceedings in the chamber. Thank you. House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Want to welcome those in the gallery who are here today for our sitting, and I suspect particularly for the sectoral presentations by our two members, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North Eastern, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, and Member of Parliament for St. Catherine North Central, Mrs. Natalie Nita Garvey. Madam Speaker, at this time, as is customary, I ask for you to suspend the agenda items to allow for the sectoral presentation to be at the front of the
Thank you, House Leader. House, the question is we suspend the items on the agenda to allow for the sectoral debate under public business. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I will now welcome the Minister, Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North Eastern, the Honorable Delroy Chuck.
Madam Speaker, I ask permission to speak from a seat other than my home.
Permission granted, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon with a deep sense of satisfaction, mixed with a tinge of humility, on what is my 11th consecutive year of sectoral presentation. Yes. And last, by no means least, 29 years of uninterrupted public service as a Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, this is no easy feat, and I express immense gratitude to my constituents of the great constituency of St. Andrew North Eastern for placing confidence in the continuous efforts towards a safe and peaceful constituency. Madam Speaker, thanks to the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, for his trust and confidence in my stewardship, my fellow Cabinet Ministers, and to all the members of Parliament for their support in ensuring a collective approach towards building a stronger justice system. During the past year, Madam Speaker, the ongoing efforts to further improve the justice system have been a major challenge and were made extremely more difficult as a result of the onslaught of Hurricane Melissa, which wreaked havoc on the court infrastructure and other justice facilities. Throughout the difficult period, Madam Speaker, the dedicated, hard-working team at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and its departments and agency, led by Permanent Secretary Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, continued the task of ensuring that members of the public had access to the wide range of justice services. I must emphasize, Madam Speaker, that the heavy burden of maintaining an improved justice system is not the sole task of the ministry, and I must commend my able and supportive State Minister, the Honourable Marissa Dalrymple-Filbert, and her team. Chief Justice, the Honourable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, Supreme Court judges and Parish Court judges, and the Court Administration Division led by Mrs. Tricia Cameron Anglin, who I see in the gallery. President of the Court of Appeal, the Honourable Mrs. Justice Marva MacDonald Bishop, and other judges of appeal. Attorney General Dr. Derek McCoy, Solicitor General Mrs. Marlene Aldred and her team, Director of Prosecutions Ms. Claudette Thompson and her team, and Madam Speaker, I pay tribute to the former Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Paula Llewellyn, who retired last year after serving 17 years as Jamaica's first female Director of Public Prosecution. To the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Council, Mrs. Diane Watson and her team, Administrator General and Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Stacey Ann Carty and her team, Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Ms. Judith Grant and her team, Director, Legal Reform, Ms. Nadine Wilkins and her team, and our esteemed stakeholders, to include civil society and other sectors who remain committed to building a stronger justice system. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to highlight the ongoing partnerships involving our international partners, especially in the area of funding, technical expertise, and related matters. The support from the following international partners is immeasurable: Global Affairs Canada, the United Nations Development Programme, the United Nations Children Fund, the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, the Government of Rwanda and the Rwanda Cooperative Initiative Limited, International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Section in the United States Embassy, the European Union Delegation to Jamaica. Madam Speaker, other important stakeholders, including the Custodes Rotalorum, Justice of the Peace, and the public, play a major role in the overall quest towards a modern justice system, and to all I owe a debt of gratitude for urging me on to ensure the task of building a stronger justice system, that it does not remain a mere pipe dream. Madam Speaker, I stand here today on the stellar efforts of my two long-standing counsels, Joy Cottrell and Winston Ennis. My constituency liaison officer, Wayne Lawrence, all of whom and my constituency secretary, Monique Tyndale, all of whom have consistently delivered towards my retaining the job of leading the constituency of North East St. Andrew. These officers and the extended political team continue to work overtime to address the needs and uplift the lives of the constituents. Madam Speaker, as I travel the length and breadth of Jamaica to hammer home the message of peace and unity, I must highlight the support of my close protection officer, Inspector Howard Hamilton, and my able and willing driver, O'Neill Ennis. Yes. Madam Speaker, last but not least, the support of my wife, Patricia, yes, who is here in the audience. I mean, 48 years and continuing. There's no doubt she deserves an OM. And my 4 daughters and 6 grandchildren, their support cannot be underestimated. Thanks for my wife for being here today. Madam Speaker, it is an open secret that Hurricane Melissa left a trail of destruction on our court facilities in the West, namely Trelawney, St. Anne, Westmoreland, and St. Elizabeth. And picking up the pieces has not been easy. Funding the repairs and identifying appropriate locations continue to be a challenge. Yeah. With the requisite input, however, we are now embarking on a major program of resilience to
it continues to be a challenge after 7 months. I'm going to hurricane season. It's a failure, man.
improve the existing court infrastructure, the details of which I will share with this Honourable House in short order. But, Madam Speaker, on the road to a stronger justice system is not an easy one. For the nation to move forward, I impress on all Jamaicans to make greater use of our social justice services, that is restorative justice, victim services, child diversion, mediation, as both and as they all are programs, they continue to reap rich rewards in dealing with domestic disputes, domestic conflicts, and other forms of abuses. I issue my annual and persistent call to my fellow MPs and all Jamaicans to help spread the word that help is but a phone call away. 1-888-JUSTICE, 1-888-587-8423 to engage a member of the ministry's team to identify and provide help in minimizing the numerous incidents of abuse and disputes that occur in our homes, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, in our parish, and across Jamaica. We need to reduce them. Yes. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's continued progress rests on the strength of our shared commitment and determined action. Together, we're forging a justice system that is stronger, more responsive, and uncompromising in its pursuit of accountability and the rule of law. Yes. As we look to the future, let us remain steadfast in our mission to build a society where justice prevails, opportunities are equitable, and every individual is afforded fairness, dignity, and protection under the law. Madam Speaker, the last fiscal year, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and the judiciary made significant progress, as we have been doing for the past 5, 8, and 10 years, and more. Our modernization and digitization efforts are advancing steadily, and our outreach programs have impacted thousands of Jamaicans. New policies and legislation were developed and implemented. These achievements took place despite the severe challenges brought by Hurricane Melissa and its devastating impact on the justice sector, on our stakeholders, and on all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, in pursuit of a stronger justice system, which is our sectoral theme this year, the former Ministry of Justice and the former Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs merged to become the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in September 2025. Our vision of a first-class justice system remains clear and focused. As we modernize our justice system and provide Jamaicans with greater efficiency, we continue to promote the rule of law, peace, harmony, and goodwill. Our justice system continues to grow in the delivery of justice and access to justice offered to Jamaicans. Once again, to all Jamaicans listening, I remind them help is a phone call away. 1-888-JUSTICE, 1-888-587-8423 for any justice service. I wish, Madam Speaker, to emphasize, and you will soon get the booklet, where the appendices with all the data of the successes and plans will be laid out in greater detail. In fact, the appendices will be more than the presentation because the material is there and I have limited time. Madam Speaker, I wish to salute the Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, and his hard-working team of judges and staff at the Court Administration Division for their efforts in assisting in building a stronger justice system. Over the last fiscal year, the Ministry increased its island-wide focus on those locations in the justice system where the
Mr. Sykes is an unreliable partner.
The extensive loss that's indicated caused by Hurricane Melissa brought to many justice sector facilities, including the island's courthouses and justice centers, fortified the need for us, more than ever, to double our efforts to strengthen the justice system. Madam Speaker, many of these courthouses were built approximately 100 years ago, with some dating back more than 100 years. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that they have served their time. Virtually all the courthouses, 50 out of them, some of them sharing facilities with the parish council, some of them on top of police stations or beside police stations. They have served their time. It is time for us to look forward.
He needs some milk.
Speaker, despite millions of dollars spent on improving works to the structures, courthouses in the West simply collapsed during the passage of Hurricane Melissa. For instance, the Falmouth Parish Court can no longer be used. And my post-Hurricane Melissa visit to Westmoreland Parish Court easily convinced our team that sadly we'll have to abandon that building to spend 300 or 500 million on an unsafe building. We have to move on. And I can tell the members from Westmoreland, help is on the way.
Fully done.
I know that we need facilities to be able for the courts, the Westmoreland cases to be dealt with. We're looking for accommodation, and we hope within the month of June we will find it. And in July, we should be in facilities for the parish courts to conduct their cases, and not only at Whithorn. And in due course, the facilities, we were looking for places, but it doesn't come overnight. But we are fortunate that we may find somewhere that can be used. And Madam Speaker, we had to abandon that building in Westmoreland. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the utter devastation of the Black River
Jamaica, this money
after we spent
almost July. Nothing concrete, you know.
So these
we just want to establish that, you know. There is a disgrace.
So, Madam Speaker, given the current state of the justice infrastructure, I am pleased to inform you that during the last fiscal year, we kick-started the planning process for building 4 new courts in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, St. Anne, and Trelawney, respectively.
So Jamaica, our plans, you know.
It is the
nothing established, you know. There is a disgrace.
4 new courts will be
Tell us them a PR government, man.
To be facilitated by NARA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. These, Madam Speaker, is a major policy decision of the government. And I want to thank the Prime Minister and the Cabinet members for agreeing that these courts should form a part of NARA. We hope that these 4 courts, Madam Speaker, will serve for the next 100 years. They must be modern, iconic, state-of-the-art facilities, providing the full range of services expected from a contemporary court. So, Madam Speaker, we also...
Welcome to the Pepsi Football Nation.
Anticipate that early in the next fiscal year, and I know the member from Eastern St. Thomas will be very happy to hear, the St. Thomas Parish Court will be operationalized as we strive to fulfill our mandate for a stronger justice system. Simultaneously, Madam Speaker, we are galvanizing public-private sector partnership to build new court infrastructure in Manchester, St. Catherine, and the Supreme Court. At the moment, Madam Speaker, the Clarendon and Linstead courts have been successfully upgraded, and locations are being explored in parishes such as St. James, while the Hanover and Portland courts are to be upgraded to first-class standards. The many outstations in need of rehabilitation are a cause for concern and are being addressed, particularly those sharing space with the police stations. Madam Speaker, I want to express a great hope and expectation that over the next 2 to 3 years, I expect the country will have at least the start to build at least 8 new courts. 4 in Nara, 1 in St. Thomas, and maybe the PPP for Manchester, the Supreme Court, and St. Catherine. As we speak, Madam Speaker, work is underway to complete renovation and rehabilitation works at the Hanover Family Court, the Supreme Court, the Kingston and St. Andrew Traffic Court at Sabina Park, and the St. Elizabeth Parish Court in Santa Cruz. So member from Northeast St. Elizabeth, we're looking at the Santa Cruz Court. It's being fixed. At the same time, Madam Speaker, when you get the pamphlet, you will see the amount of that's planned to really improve the facilities. Madam Speaker, we are now undergoing a major transformation that will see the Jamaican courts one of the best in the Western Hemisphere. The governments of Jamaica and Rwanda signed a bilateral agreement to implement the very impactful integrated electronic case management system, more commonly referred to as IECMS, Integrated Electronic Case Management System. In November 2022, we visited, the Chief Justice and myself and our teams visited Rwanda and see we're in the courts, no paper. What you had were laptops or smartphone, and everything was transmitted. So, Madam Speaker, we signed a contract in December 2025, and the Rwandans came, and they will be here again shortly. The program has started, and within 2 to 3 years, the courts will be totally transformed. Madam Speaker, I invite all Jamaicans to visualize a scenario within the next 2 to 3 years, when all our justice stakeholders will be electronically interconnected. In other words, when John Brown or Mary Jane is charged with a crime, there will be no more movement of paper from police stations to the court. No movement of paper will take place from the forensic lab, the ODPP, the parish court, the Supreme Court, or to the Court of Appeal. Everything moved electronically. Files related to matters in the parish court would seamlessly reach the circuit court. Criminal records will also be integrated as we benefit from the transformational time management and cost-sharing results of digitizing our courts, which is part, Madam Speaker, of our commitment to a stronger justice system. Madam Speaker, the IECMS, Integrated Electronic Case Management System digitization model, pioneered by the government of Rwanda, will bolster Jamaica's justice reform efforts and eliminate the outdated paper-based case management system now being used in our Jamaican court. It is anticipated, Madam Speaker, that paper will no longer be a part of our court system, and eventually paper will be eliminated from all courts. Madam Speaker, if anyone should ever visit the courthouses in the parishes, you have room full of paper. In most of the parish courts, all the paper would fill the parliament. We want to get rid of those, digitize them, free up space that people can utilize. Madam Speaker, the IECMS, with time running, will definitely be a transformation in our court system. So, Madam Speaker, this will mark a new era for court system, since all stakeholders must now embrace modern technology and abandon our outdated paper-based systems. The aim is to make the use of technology in our Jamaican courts a leading model of excellence in the region. I strongly urge all of the persons, including those inside here, who use the court system, go there with your laptop, go there with a smartphone. Don't bother go there with dockets and files and your bag, your briefcase with everything. Go there with your laptop. Start the process. Madam Speaker, the courts have done extremely well and continue to do extremely well. If you look at the appendix 1 in the booklet you have, you will see how well they have done, reducing backlog in the parish courts and improving the service in the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. The Court Administration Division, we're working very closely with. They were damaged by Hurricane Beryl. but they are now back at their office, and there have been almost 600 new upgraded posts have been approved for them. So, Madam Speaker, a fair amount is being done in the courts.
Yes.
Over the past 10 years, Madam Speaker, we have spent an average of almost $1 billion per year. No other administration, the Andrew Holness-led administration and this Minister of Justice has done more for the judiciary and the court system than any other administration.
All of them. It don't matter if you did or whoever you is.
If the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth had done her
will be
homework,
exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, you know why they take it the wrong way.
She will see. We have improved the Court of Appeal from 7 judges to 13. 28 judges, Supreme Court judges to 42.
Stop lying!
About 40 parish court judges to about 70.
Stop
2 or 3 masters in chambers to about 8. But more important, Madam Speaker, when we came here in 2016,
He needs some milk.
The court was collapsing. The judges, their newspaper reports of the judges planning to take the then government to court before them. Because, Madam Speaker, let me emphasize.
Emotional damage.
The judges were the poorest paid in the Caribbean. Within a matter of 5 to 6 years, they became the best paid in the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, and their salary continued to improve. And I can say that in the last 10 years, the judges' salary have more than doubled. So when the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth can impute that the Ministry of Justice is not a reliable partner,
it bully me, it shoot bully me. The justice say you're an unreliable partner. So with all of the improvement where you talk about, it's clearly not enough. So this is just, him not come to do a speech, you know. Him come to try to defend when actually I do, but it is indefensible. It was already said that this government is an unreliable partner. They never said that about the People's National Party. They said that about you and the anti-honest-led administration. So you could have balled blood who is an unreliable partner, and that is on record. Let's continue.
To work closer together to make sure that the court's infrastructure can be maintained and continue to improve. You know the truth, Madam Speaker.
Hold on. They're right to ask PMP for work close. Our government. Who is government? Who control the funds them? This is another admission of incompetence. I second time now, I see one failing minister for the Jamaica Labour Party asking the PMP for work with them, you know, to maintain order, you know. Who know the government? I don't have a dictatorial type of energy about you know. So since I don't know best, I don't listen to the PMP when they talk, go around the country in the ground. Don't come call for PMP. Who know the government? Who know best? So the PMP go and advise, you don't take it. And when it fail, who not ask the PMP to come work with you. Who full of shit like crap to blow down.
The problem with maintenance is not only in the courts, it's across all government departments. In 2016, when we came, 2 elevators down at Supreme Court were sputtering. I said, no, you need 2 new elevators. We put in 2 new elevators around 2017. Around 2018, over a year after, I am down there inspecting the courts, and one of the property managers came, and we were in the elevator, And I said, how is the elevator working? He said, brilliant, fantastic, Minister. So I said, when was it last service? He said, it not broke down yet, sir. And that is how maintenance is seen. Not preventative maintenance, not regular maintenance, but when it broke down. And I'm saying we are going to be working with the Court Administration Division so that everything is maintained regularly. Court Administration Division, they will tell you, we are putting new air conditions in most courts. They must be serviced at least twice per year. So, Madam Speaker, there's a partnership between the judiciary, the Court Administration Division, and the Ministry of Justice because we want a strong justice system. Madam Speaker, there's a lot to be said, and I'm watching the time. Social justice services, restorative justice, child diversion, and victim services are major parts of our portfolio. And we have done enormously to help the schools, to help the communities. And I want members to look at the testimonials in the appendices. And you will see how persons who have benefited from child diversion, victim services, restorative justice, mediation, how grateful they are for these services. And these services, Madam Speaker, are basically free. And we have 3 mobile units. If you need legal assistance, we can send it to your community. Once you book them. Madam Speaker, mediation is a very important part of our push. Yes. I applaud the work of the Dispute Resolution Foundation in this regard, since mediation not only resolves conflicts, but helps to improve operational efficiencies in the justice system by reducing some of the backlog in our courts. Last year, Madam Speaker, if you look at the figures again, Appendix 7, we decided to pay mediators, the Ministry of Justice, starting out at 5,000 for each side, so they could get 10,000. Last year, we increased it to 10,000 each side, 20,000 for the mediator. And last year, we moved from 13 million the previous year to 55 million in the last fiscal year. In truth, Madam Speaker, I have no problem encouraging more use of mediation, because when parties get together to mediate, it's a win-win situation. And I would like to say to the member from Northeast, St. Elizabeth, I would prefer to spend more money on mediation than to pay lawyers to get into an adversarial contention. I want more lawyers to become mediators and to participate in mediation. In Singapore, the vast majority of attorneys earn more money on mediation than on doing cases in court. And we need to get to that situation where mediation become and resolve 75% or more of our cases. And I must thank the parish court judges and the judges for referring more of these matters. When they come to court, they refer to mediation, and the success rate of our social justice services, including mediation, is over 80%. Madam Speaker, there's so much more to be said, but I can't go through all of it. Madam Speaker, I ask you... No, man, I can't stick there. I say, Madam Speaker, look at the performance and success of the ministry. Look at Appendix 8 and Appendix 9. We won't go through it, but I go to the Administrator General Department. This is one of the success stories of the Ministry of Justice. Files are being dealt with in a speedy manner. It's Appendix 10. The truth of the matter, Madam Speaker, we are working now with the Administrator General's Department to go around the country to urge persons to make a will. Because when they make a will, it prevents a whole heap of problems. The dead left thing is a problem. And not only are we doing that, Madam Speaker, we are encouraging Jamaicans, and I will do so in this Parliament, start practicing estate planning. Put aside a little of the money for a rainy day, and then shift it to your retirement benefit later on. Very important. And as we go across the island, we will team it up with alternative dispute resolution. And many, you will recall, I provided a concept paper on alternative dispute resolution. But this, Madam Speaker, colleagues, is to ensure that persons start taking responsibility for their financial situation. Get into estate planning. Make a will. Plan for your retirement. Because, Madam Speaker, when you do that, we have less work on the Administrator General. At the moment, Madam Speaker, they have close to $50 billion worth of properties to manage. And most of these properties are deteriorating. It's more important that we try to get it to the beneficiaries. And they have over close to $5 billion, which we really would like to dispose of to the beneficiaries.
And by the catch them, because you're tired of them bus. Before you do road, check your tire.
Some mediators down at the Administrator General Department, so they can get persons together to work out and collect the benefits of the deceased estate. So, Madam Speaker, it's very important that we emphasize how important it is for every Jamaican to think about estate planning and making a will and stop the foolishness about it gives a bad omen. We need to get out of that culture. Madam Speaker, the Legal Aid Council has done extremely well. What I can tell you, apart from judgment debt, you remember judgment debt? Yes. When we came to office, everybody was owed money. Nobody has heard for the last 5 years about anybody being owed, because for the last 5 years, we paid all the settled judgment debt. And it is the same, Madam Speaker, with legal aid. When I came to office in 2016, all the lawyers said, beg Mr. Chop, see if you can put some more money so we can, our certificates can be paid. For the last 4 years, we have to be writing lawyers and sending the certificates so we can pay you before the end of the fiscal year. And so every single attorney, if you're owed, if anyone is owed, let me know. Because once you send in your certificates, within days, we pay. What is more, Madam Speaker, where we pay a flat sum, but if the matters continue longer than 2 weeks, we pay them an increased amount. And we pay them on a proportionate basis continuously. But, Madam Speaker, the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth once again said, you need, no, she knows that we have money to pay all the lawyers in the criminal court. She won't know for civil court. But again, member from Northeast St. Elizabeth, if you had done your research, you know that we start doing it. This government is a very prudent government. You don't spend money, and you don't know how much will be spent and where it is coming from. So we did 2 pilot projects in St. Anne and Clarendon, and we are working on that basis to see how we roll out civil case matters. Right. Now, what I can say, what I can say is that from over 4 or 5 years ago, we have been in discussion about additional sums to pay in civil cases. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, we were supposed to have 3 legal aid clinics. One of them at Tower Street was being managed by the Kingston Legal Aid Clinic. Unfortunately, it has been taken over by a private practitioner. And so legal aid services not being provided there. We have been begging this private practitioner to give up the place so we can renovate it and provide civil legal aid cases, and we're hoping it will be done during the course of this year. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is indeed absolutely effective in building a stronger justice system based on the efficient way in which it is handling its portfolio and prosecuting serious crimes. In fact, I've been informed that the office has been invited to assess and assist other countries to share some of their successful swift action models in handling these crimes. These countries are among the 22 countries and jurisdictions on the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF. Madam Speaker, this country should be proud of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. It is working steadfastly to ensure that serious criminals are put to the prisons or that they get their justice. And so, Madam Speaker, if you look at Appendix 12, you will see the performance of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. The Office of the Parliamentary Counsel, Madam Speaker, they are the ones who draft the laws. Here again, CPC, Judith Grant and her team, they're doing a fantastic amount of work. And I once again ask you to look at Appendix 13 to see the performance of the OPC. Then, Madam Speaker, I ask members to look at Appendix 14 at the Justice Training Institute, where we are sensitizing hundreds of JPs and others. It is doing a fantastic job, and it continues to ensure that court reporters, we have a court reporting work going on now, and court reporters are coming from the rest of the Caribbean to go to study there to become court reporters. So in short order, there will be no shortage of court reporters. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Justice has to deal with marriage licenses. If you want to get married, you have to get a marriage license. You can go to the Ministry of Justice, and within 24 hours, you get your marriage license. You have to find a lady first. and I say, Madam, and I say that these certificates, everything can be done, and it is done within 24 hours. We will be digitizing that service in short order. Madam Speaker, you can look at Appendix 15 and see it. The expungement of criminal records. You will see, Madam Speaker, that in the expungement of criminal records, we widened the act a couple months ago, which allow us now that if you committed a non-custodial offense before 2005, which is an expungible offense, you can get your records expunged. I have to report that tens of thousands of these have been expunged. So members applicants, these ex-offenders, no longer have to apply. If the records show that this non-custodial offense was there, then it should not be on the official criminal records. Oh, 20 minutes. I don't get the 15 minutes in. You lie. No. Madam Speaker, I would only urge persons, we have now increased the number of commissioners on the expungement committee to 9. And they're meeting at least once per week, sometimes twice per week, to get rid of the backlog. We had about 2,000, it's now under 1,000, and we hope in another couple months.
Minister Chuck, I am going to break you, and I'm going to add your additional time because I realize you're rushing as if you do not know that there is additional time.
15 minutes, I am aware.
Right, so we're going to put it on now, Minister Chuck.
I actually need it, Madam Speaker. No. But I would like to urge I would like to urge ex-offenders that don't wait until you're traveling. Don't wait until you need you apply for a new job. If you know you've committed an offense, you can apply and hopefully get the record expunged. Especially those who had drug offenses. You will recall, colleagues, that we remove the drug offenses from the third schedule. And also, if your sentence was more than 5 years, but less than 10 years, you're now eligible for those expungible offenses. Madam Speaker, this Parliament should be proud that we are able to give people a second chance. And Madam Speaker, I am sure many of you who have spoken to me and we have been able to help you, the members are so thankful for getting a second chance. And that is very important for our people. Madam Speaker, I come to Justices of the Peace Services. And last week, Madam Speaker, when the member from North East St. Elizabeth when I was trying, Madam Speaker, I got up to prevent her from misinforming the Parliament. When she got up and said, JP should be paid as stipend.
Get some help.
But you do your research, we have been doing it for the last 3 years. Every JP can now appeal to their JP Parish Association to recover. Can ask. So to ask for recovery. 1 second. They are not. They are not.
Jamaica, that's not the same thing. They can ask for recovery. They are not being paid. The argument that Sulika just was making is that they should be paid. Not that they should recover any money what they spend. They should be paid. That's a different argument.
Minister Chalk.
So that JPs who serve in the lay magistrates court,
Minister Chalk,
JPs who work with the police, who have to
Member Cuthbert Finn, could you get Minister Chalk's attention?
Who have to serve, who have to be at the police station.
Minister Chalk, could you be so kind as to take your seat? Minister Chalk, members on the opposition benches, I would like to hear the minister's presentation. No, I am very serious about it.
Jamaica, me I wait back. I have to talk a long time, last time when something when I talk, yesterday, she drape up a PNP. When you say PNP, then quiet and I listen to them. And you have Rhoda Crawford over there, Kerencia, and the next one, what's your name? Anna Cuthbert. What the other one name? Three of them over there. Rhoda Crawford, Kerencia, and the woman from Upper Brownstown, the brown one. The three of them over there make up be nice in the Parliament around the man mic. And the man, me know say speaker when I talk about it. But she take long still. She take long. Because of them over there make up be nice. You know, see all the PNP then quiet. Quiet like a lamb.
Members, please take out your standing orders and refer. Please take out your standing orders and refer to standing orders 40 and standing orders 42. Separate and apart from persons asking for intervention, the level of noise is such that I cannot hear the member present at all, which is a requirement of the House rules. Minister, Minister Chuck, I have restored your time. And members, if you continue, then Minister Chuck is going to get even more time to complete his presentation.
No. No. Member, we'll finish in time. We'll finish in time. Go ahead. Madam Speaker, no other Minister of Justice has done more for the JPs than this minister. And that is why we have more than doubled the number of JPs in the island. We have monthly sensitization to empower our JPs even more to provide more justice services to the people across the country.
That is a fact.
Madam Speaker, talk about stipend. Any JP who is serving in the courts with the police taking witness statement and they have to spend time, they can collect a stipend. Can collect. But Madam Speaker,
If I don't want it,
Madam Speaker, the idea of paying JPs regularly is out. It won't happen.
It won't happen.
Madam Speaker,
Jamaica, you see how they're deceptive? You hear my talk about that Zulika just was misleading the house. That is what you was talking about. Getting up to speed with the world. They are paying their JPs. And now my tell you say it's out. So there's no lies being told. They're very deceptive and disingenuous are going for going. We can't wait till Miss Nita Garvey starts because she may come from and I come for them.
Minister of Religion, a police officer, a principal of a school can provide that service. If these other persons, if we decide to pay JPs, would those other people be entitled to be paid too? You must see, all the JPs that I know that I have interacted with, they have said that JP service is voluntary. We want to help our people. And those JPs who are charging, they are corrupting the system. They are a part of the corruption of taxi drivers getting.
But look at this. When Jamaica Labour Party MP talk about corruption, when them have about 11 man in them parliament to uncertified, this is rich Jada, you hear them something here? What a piece of bagabaganess in a Jamaica. They are corrupt. Hear him. No, I can't bother.
And that is what I urge on all the JPs. When you go and you give volunteer service, in the long run, you get a huge amount of blessings. And they're not unhappy to do it. And, Madam Speaker, if the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth had done her homework, she would see that across the Commonwealth, Canada, Australia, across the Commonwealth that has JPs, it's a voluntary service. Only in one province in Canada, Saskatchewan, where some JPs are employed and they are paid differently. And not only that, Madam Speaker, JPs can also be trained as mediators, restorative justice facilitators, and they can get a stipend when they participate in restorative justice and also mediation. And I encourage JPs to do that. So please, member from...
Score big with Domino's this summer. Predict match scores, compete with your crew, and unlock daily deals for a chance to win free pizza for...
The truth. I really felt sorry for you. Because when you were talking, it's clear you did not.
He needs some milk.
You did not have much in the justice sector to criticize. So you went all over the place.
Get some help.
Including the Firearms Act, which is in the Ministry of National Security.
Stop lying!
Including talking about arresting the powers of police.
Stop lying.
Listen, I barely have much sense. Stop. Him not understand what justice mean. Didn't he just say that the police and everybody intertwined with the justice to help things to go the right way? It is interconnected. This man is fully dunce.
Fully dunce. Public. And they have now 130. Madam Speaker, that is in Appendix 18. Yes. If you look at Appendix 19, you will see the amount of money we have been spending on infrastructure. Yes. And Madam Speaker, it is the same with information and communication technology. Look at Appendix 20 and you see what we have done. Yes. But I want to touch on another item, constitutional reform. Yes. Human rights. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's constitution is the supreme law, guaranteeing freedom, rights and privileges to all Jamaicans. It is the cornerstone of an efficient, accessible and stronger justice system. Yes. Let me pause here to recognize and thank the former Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, MP Marlene Malahoo Fort, who along with then Permanent Secretary Wayne Robertson and team and Lieutenant Rocky Mead held several town hall meetings and provided Parliament with a well-documented report by the Constitutional Reform Committee. Madam Speaker, the Constitution Amendment Republic Bill 2024 was already tabled to remove the monarch. Once again, Madam Speaker, for Jamaica's sake, let us look at the bill and see how it can be amended if necessary and modified so that this Parliament, at the earliest possible time, can debate and remove the monarch. We need to become a republic. There is no need to delay this process. The final appellate court will come to Jamaica, but it is a matter that we want to take to the people in further constitutional town hall meetings. Yes. You see, Madam Speaker, the final appellate court has many possibilities. We can go the route of Hong Kong, where the final appellate court consists of international judges and Hong Kong judges, and they sit as the final appellate court. I don't mind if the final appellate court in Jamaica, that 5 Caribbean court judges sit, but it must be a Jamaican final court. Yes. This CCJ, and what is behind it, was well put by Sherrod Ramphal, where he said that the CCJ is the beginning to reintegrate the Caribbean. Is that what we want? We need to discuss it at town hall meetings. Is that what we want? A Caribbean Union? That CARICOM, no problem. But we don't have a Caribbean legal system. And I would like to be able to elaborate on this at town hall meetings. So, Madam Speaker, I urge, and this Parliament must urge and invite the opposition leader to let us restart the constitutional process. Yes. No, Madam Speaker, we can do a fair amount of piecemeal, putting in the Electoral Commissioner of Jamaica as a part of it, the public defender, and other pieces. But without the consensus of this Parliament, it doesn't make sense. But if we're not going to go and do a process, we may well have to do it. Because we have bills there to put in the Electoral Commission and the public defender as a part of the Constitution. But we want it to be a consensus of this parliament. I urge, talk to the leader of the opposition, all of you over there, and let's get on with the job. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we have continued the strategic and targeted public education program on the Constitution. As part of our sustained legal education efforts, we distributed more than 400 Jamaican-branded consolidated copies of the Constitution, and I know my Minister of State was at UTEC, UWI, distributing Constitution and engaging in public education. Madam Speaker, we look forward to a renewed effort to get our Constitution reflecting what we want. Now, Madam Speaker, human rights is a very important part of this government and of this minister. Yes. And as I go across the country, I promote the respect for one another's human rights. Yes, yes. And I will continue to do it. Yes. I can tell you that when we reported to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Universal Periodic Review, we got very good commendation. Yes. Jamaica does not, and I hope will never have, a human rights problem. Yeah. We have the Office of the Public Defender. If you have a difficulty, you can go to the Office of the Public Defender and prosecute any human rights breach. They are empowered to prosecute any human rights breach. Madam Speaker, we are engaged in a number of departments which I will not go through, but if you look at Appendix 23, you will see the Law Revision Secretariat. You will see what we have done on human rights, Appendix 22. Legal education, we have had several sensitization programs with judges, clerks of courts, GPs, and so on. Madam Speaker, I must conclude. We close this 2026 sectoral presentation with a clarion call to our justice stakeholders and all Jamaicans to help sustain our efforts of building a stronger justice system. Yes. Inspired by NARA's vision of fast-track project delivery, yes, we look forward to constructing new courts and renovating damaged justice facilities. Yes. We will adopt climate-resilient and modern engineering standards, as well as public-private partnerships to meet our infrastructure goals. Yes. The implementation of the paperless, integrated electronic case management system, the IECMS, will further bolster our efforts at digital transformation in the Jamaican courts and strengthen the wider justice system. Hear, hear. Madam Speaker, this sectoral presentation has once again highlighted and promoted a range of conflict resolution tools as our free and accessible island-wide social justice programs in restorative justice, child diversion, victim services, mediation, etc. Our financing of the win-win mediation services is intended to result in a more peaceful and harmonious Jamaica. Yeah. Our recently launched island-wide forum, an alternative dispute resolution, ADR, will continue to be paired with estate management and planning guidelines as we aim to reduce deadlift-related incidents of violence within families. Madam Speaker, let me say I'm proud to be a part of this Andrew Holness-led cabinet. Everything that I've asked for to uplift and build a strong justice system, the ministers of finance from Audley Shaw, Nigel Clark, and now Favour Williams, we get. Yes. The only thing stopping us in terms of money is the procurement thing. And we have to overcome this procurement thing. Because we have the funds are available. The funds are available, but procurement frequently we can't get the courts built. Madam Speaker, this administration has ensured that anyone whosoever want justice need their head examined. Because you can get justice. And let me remind you of the number. 888 Justice. 587-8423. Call and they will help you to get justice. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the strong support of my colleagues have ensured that this is a proud Justice Minister. And I call on all parliamentarians, let us help our fellow Jamaicans to live peacefully and harmoniously. Indeed, I will be soon with a member from Northeast St. Elizabeth to say how best she can help. So finally, Madam Speaker, our 2025-26 achievements chronicled in this sectoral presentation, including major justice reform initiatives such as changes to Jamaica's expungement framework and its positive impact on hundreds of Jamaican lives. We anticipate similar success stories and our constitutional reform initiatives, which will undoubtedly contribute to building a stronger justice system for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I say blessings to all Jamaicans. And may God bless all of us. Thank you.
He said you give him everything you want.
Hey, on the notice how the speaker of the house don't turn off for them mic and make it run. And you notice when the PMP finish for them speech, then turn off the mic fast. It's all a joke. Exactly. And me not tell no lie. Me not like when PMP them a laugh up with them too. Me a call out the PMP too. Me do it yesterday, me a do it again. Yeah. It's a, I mean, funny to me. Funny to me, Me not see humor in it, But again, going back to what me I said a while ago, them turn off the PMP mic quickly when them done a speech. And I want you guys to observe, when Natalie Nita Garvey is finished with her speech, how quickly the Speaker of the House is going to turn off their mic. I want you guys to mark that down. You'll see, if you observe other sessions, you'll see I'm not telling a lie. But enough about them. It's time for Miss Natalie Nita Garvey, ladies and gentlemen. As she me come out, me not come out none of them. Let's continue.
To the presentation. We will move to the presentation from a wonderful Member of Parliament. Member of Parliament for St. Catherine, North Central.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my 19th presentation on these annual sectoral debates.
Member, permission to speak from a seat other than your own?
Madam Speaker, kindly asking you for your permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Gratitude to God prevails. Appreciative of the support of family, headed by my husband, Marlon Garvey. You are truly the wind beneath my wings. Blessed by the unconditional love of my daughter, Morgan. who celebrates her birthday today. And the remarkable love of a mother who has given 3 decades of service to the United Nations and who has forged in us an appreciation for peoples and cultures across nations, and a deep awareness of the value of democracy. Your 84 years on this world is value to us all. Thanks to my 4 counselors, Denise Murphy-Bramwell, Patricia Harris, Dwight Burke, and Desmond Chambers, for the hard way. To my constituents, for their unwavering support over 5 consecutive terms. To the student leaders of Dintil Technical High School, one of the finest institutions in our country. And for the full solidarity of my colleague parliamentarians, headed by the Leader of Opposition, Mr. Mark Jefferson Gordon. I associate my colleagues opposite in the same sentence because you've also become part of my family. I want to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to member Malahoo Fort, who lost her husband recently. I understand grief, and today I pray for God's comfort on her and her family. The work of the members of Parliament is never done, whether through the falling rain or the extensive drought. Consequently, I must say thanks to my personal staff, my security, my team at the office, my constituency team, my colleagues in local government, because I also served almost a decade as a councillor myself. I'm indebted to all of you, and please know that I appreciate the work of local water systems, every individual. From solid waste management to road repair. I'm indebted to all of you, and please know that I appreciate the work of every individual. From solid waste management to road repairs, local water systems, markets, building permits, municipal infrastructure, to community participation, our local government is at the heart of everyday life. Its proper place is the backbone, not the background of Jamaican life. Madam Speaker, we have been at reform process for over a quarter of a century, and time come to deliver real results to the people. There are moments in life, the life of a nation, when reform is no longer optional, when adjustment is no longer adequate, and when reimagination itself becomes a duty. This is such a moment. Today I rise not merely to speak about local government administration. I rise to speak about national renewal and to urge a fast tracking of its incomplete agenda of reform. For too long in Jamaica, we have misunderstood local government. We have treated it as an afterthought, an appendage to central government, a reluctant administrative cousin summoned occasionally to clean drains, patch roads, trim verges, and bury our dead. We have mistaken local government for local housekeeping. Yet, in the great democracies of the world, local government is something far greater. It is government closest to the citizens. It is democracy made visible. It is service delivery made immediate. It is development made personal. importantly, it is where ordinary citizens that encounter the competence, compassion, or failure of a state. When a market is unsafe, when garbage is not collected, when flood mitigation fails, when roads collapse, when permits disappear into bureaucratic limbo, when public spaces decay, citizens do not experience abstract policy failure. They experience government failure. Madam Speaker, Jamaica stands at an uncomfortable crossroads. Over 30 years, the reforms of the early 90s inspired hope. We were promised a transformed local government system, a modern architecture of democratic participation, greater autonomy, better services, stronger accountability, institutions responsive to communities rather than distant ministries. It was, in many respects, a noble ambition, but patriotism requires honesty. The dream of 1992 has not lived up to expectations. The truth must be spoken plainly in this honorable house. Our municipalities remain financially weak. Our local authorities remain administratively constrained. Decision-making remains excessively centralized. Citizen confidence remains fragile. Innovation remains sporadic. And in too many communities, local governments survives not as a strategic engine of development, but as an exhausted mechanism of maintenance which is not up to scratch. We cannot reform what we refuse to diagnose. And diagnosis begins with candor. Too often governments have spoken proudly of decentralization when we know we are practicing the very opposite. We are holding authority. Too often local government has been praised ceremonially while neglected institutionally. Madam Speaker, one could be forgiven for concluding that in Jamaica we support local government in the same way some people like me support exercise. Passionate in theory, inconsistent in practice.
That is funny, honey.
A few murmurs of agreement and a burst of enthusiasm in a January New Year resolution. Then a rapid return to the old habits as the year progresses. That is the reality. A nation aspiring to first world standards cannot sustain third world systems of local administration. We speak proudly about becoming the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. But greatness is not built exclusively in ministries in Kingston.
No, sir.
Greatness is built in communities, in parishes, built where the people live. And therefore, local government is not peripheral to development. It is development.
It is.
Madam Speaker, if Jamaica is to compete in the 21st century, we must stop governing communities as if efficiency, responsiveness, transparency, and innovation are luxuries. Yeah. They are necessities. Yes. When one studies the most successful jurisdiction in the world, we encounter a consistent lesson. Whether in Singapore, in Denmark, in Canada, or highly effective municipal systems in parts of the United Kingdom, local government is treated as not as democratic bureaucracy. Exactly. It is empowered. Yeah. It is resourced properly. It is professionalized. Yes. It is digitized. Yes. It is measured and it is trusted. Yes. Citizens in those jurisdictions do not want to wait months to know whether a permit is approved. They do not want to go from office to office, yes, seeking signatures like pilgrims in search of revelation. They do not want to endure endless procedural uncertainty while systems apologize for inefficiency and call it patience. Yes. Madam Speaker, the Jamaican people deserve better. And the truth is, they are ready for better. The local government system cannot be a timid improvement upon yesterday. It must be transformational. So what then is the vision? It is a Jamaica where local government is competent, accountable, technologically advanced, financially empowered, and genuinely democratic. A Jamaica where municipal offices become centers of problem solving rather than monuments to bureaucracy. It must create a Jamaica where communities shape priorities instead of merely reacting to neglect. A Jamaica where local authorities are judged not by excuses, but by outcomes. A Jamaica where every citizen, whether in the urban centers of Spanish Town or the rural districts of Sligoville, experience governance that is visible, efficient, and dignified. We seek a second generation of local government reform. The unfinished promise of 1992 must now become the realized ambition of the 2030s. The vision is not partisan. Because, Madam Speaker, garbage does not ask who you vote for. Street lights, if you can't get any. Don't ask which side of the fence you're upon. Floodwaters do not pause for political affiliation. And broken roads inconvenience every ideology. Competent local governance benefits everyone. Madam Speaker, there have been improvements. Minister, there have been some improvements, but not enough. Governance cannot be measured solely by announcements, ceremonies, and ribbon cuttings.
No, sir.
Competence is measurable.
Yes.
Performance is measurable.
Yes.
And delivery of services is measurable. Let us look at solid waste management and the creation of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. The dream was for better standards and more efficient management. That is fading fast. The objective of the Act is not even being observed.
No, sir.
Because the NSWA is yet to be structured according to the Act and is not functioning as a regulatory body. The government maintains it as an operating entity and has invested in more trucks, yet the system gets worse. Irregular garbage collection is now the #1 complaint of every citizen in every parish, whether in urban centers or rural communities. There are some communities which have never seen a garbage truck, ever.
Yes, we have only.
So what do we expect? The inadequate field is improperly maintained, and every audit raises fundamental management questions. It seems a personality cult, no rules, and people's jobs are terminated on spurious grounds, such as one single person losing confidence in professional staff without explanation to the public. This is done at great expense to the taxpayer, totaling tens of millions of dollars. Solid waste services must improve because it's not cheap. The cost of solid waste management services in 26-27 estimates of expenditure is $8.5 billion, down from $9.7 billion over last year. In 2 years, it will cost taxpayers over $18 billion for garbage collection and disposal. And yet, the people are complaining about the delivery of service and the risk of disease outbreak. We only have mini dumps, Madam Speaker, because people are not getting garbage collection on time. They can't have the garbage at home, so they have to find a way to dispose of it. We don't want them to burn it either, because we must protect our environment. Madam Speaker, the people are also asking, why does local government continue to depend disproportionately on ministerial permission? This was a key issue in the reform, hence the establishment of the Parochial Revenue Fund and the passage of the 3 acts in Parliament. These are not opposition questions. These are Jamaican questions. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we must revisit the 1992 dream, now threatening to become a nightmare. The 3 critical laws passed in 2016 as a framework of the new governance arrangements cannot even benefit the system because no regulations have been brought to this honorable house. This government has no excuses. You have been here for 10 years. The government came last week and you promised a new building act while we still await the regulations of 10 years ago. What about other agreed reforms, including directly elected executive mayors, financial reform, and genuine municipal empowerment? What about accountability and measurable performance? Local government in Jamaica cannot continue to operate as if modernity is a visitor rather than a permanent resident. Excellence requires courage. Courage to confront failure. Courage to abandon complacency. And the courage to modernize and to reimagine. Central government must cease treating municipal corporations as institutions permanently awaiting permission to function. We must instead build a modern fiscal program for MCs to get on with the business of running their municipalities and implementing basic tasks such as drain cleaning without waiting for a handout of municipal permission. Minister, the $300,000 you announced to give councillors is an insult to them, Minister. And you were a mayor, good mayor. And me know you know, say, we need more money in local government. We need to stop giving councillors basket to carry water. Madam Speaker, municipalities have been experiencing ad hoc delivery of parochial revenue funds or permission to use their SGRs even after documentation is completed. This has resulted in many parishes not being able to carry out their program of work. And we saw it as they hurriedly tried to clean drains when Melissa was already here. Madam Speaker, our local financing architecture remains too narrow. Municipal corporations depend excessively on constrained revenue channels while operating within expanding expectations. This is unsustainable. We must modernize revenue administration through technology, compliance reform, and diversified local income mechanisms. Property tax administration must become smarter, more transparent, and more efficient. Citizens deserve fairness, but fairness includes compliance. We cannot sustain public expectations while tolerating chronic leakage. Technology can help dramatically. Digital property databases, GIS mapping systems, integrated billing platforms, real-time compliance tracking, automated payment systems, and predictive revenue planning. Madam Speaker, municipalities should benefit more meaningfully from economic growth occurring within their jurisdictions. Too often communities host economic activity while local institutions remain fiscally constrained. A modern local government model should permit structured revenue sharing arrangements linked to measurable outcomes.
Banana Bula. In stores today.
Industrial institutions remain fiscally constrained. A modern local government model should permit structured revenue sharing arrangements linked to measurable outcomes. Measurable outcomes like growth in tourism, commercial expansion, industrial activity.
Member, take a seat. The Speaker, while listening to the member, is resolving an issue as it relates to sectoral debates. Because we are out of time. We are out of time. Member, continue.
So I'm back to the second point. Municipalities should benefit more. Madam Speaker, on point number 2, municipalities should benefit more meaningfully from economic growth occurring within their jurisdictions. Too often, communities host economic activity while local institutions remain fiscally constrained. A modern local government model should permit structured revenue sharing arrangements linked to measurable outcomes, to the growth in tourism, the commercial expansion, the industrial activity, real estate development, special economic zones, and major transport infrastructure. Local government should have stronger developmental incentives. When communities thrive economically, municipalities should gain institutional capacity to reinvest. Number 3, performance must matter, resources matter, and the outcomes matter as well. Municipal corporations that demonstrate measurable improvements in governance indicators should receive performance-linked incentives. These measurements could include faster permit turnaround, improved sanitation metrics, infrastructure maintenance targets, budget transparency, procurement efficiency, and citizen participation. Reward effectiveness and efficiency. For far too long in Jamaica, public systems sometimes appear to reward endurance rather than their excellence. We must change that culture, Madam Speaker. A high-performing municipality should not be treated identically to a chronic underperforming one because incentives shape behavior. Number 4, municipal empowerment does not mean financial recklessness. No one is advocating for uncontrolled borrowing or municipal debt crisis. But responsible nations allow competent municipalities structured pathways to finance transformational infrastructure. Their markets, the transportation hubs, the waste management facilities, the green public spaces, the public parking systems, properly governed municipal financing frameworks, infrastructure partnerships, and other development financing mechanisms deserve serious examination. Otherwise, what is the purpose of this reform? Madam Speaker, one of the most corrosive features of under-empowered local government is institutional dependency. The psychology of dependency has become embedded, and dependency weakens innovation. Local government cannot exist merely to request assistance. It must solve problems, lead, innovate, and deliver. Mayors and municipalities should be constantly asking, how do we improve outcomes, not how do we secure the minister's permission. Madam Speaker, this issue is larger than any particular administration. Yes. It concerns integrity, dignity, institutional dignity, and community dignity. When local government fails, community sees it as neglect. Mediocrity becomes tolerated and hope is extinguished. Number 6, Madam Speaker, local government cannot merely maintain roads and collect garbage. Cannot just maintain markets and cemeteries. The future of municipal leadership is rooted in economic development of our parishes to support rural and urban life. Parish development committees need to be restructured and given new mandates. Unfortunately, this is not an area which this present administration takes seriously. The minister hardly ever gives any support. None at all, very little, to parish economic development committees, both in policy and in practice. Their new mandate should include driving investment, coordinating business facilitation, supporting entrepreneurship, promoting local cultural industries, marketing parish competitiveness, and helping to fast-track parish projects. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is not short on intelligence. We're not short on talent. But one of the great things about Jamaica is that each parish has its own unique economic potential. The challenge is converting those advantages into real benefits to improve the lives of our people, especially in rural communities. We should be talking about which parishes attract the fastest business approvals, which expands youth employment, which vitalizes urban centers, which delivers cleaner public spaces. Jamaica desperately needs higher standards. We need to get local government out of the practice of arriving at the dinner table after the meal has been eaten. In Jamaica, if Jamaica is serious about a Millennium Development Goal achievement, especially becoming the place of choice to live, then the municipal capacity must be transformed and funded accordingly. Money alone can't modernize though. Which is why our next reform pillar concerns something transformational: the digitization of local government and the creation of smart, citizen-centered municipal services. If local government in Jamaica is to become world-class, it cannot merely think differently, it must operate differently. The 21st century citizen increasingly encounters a 20th century bureaucracy. That contradiction frustrates progress. We live in an age when Jamaicans can transfer funds instantly, speak face-to-face across continents, access information in seconds, and conduct sophisticated commercial transactions from mobile devices. Yet too often, a citizen seeking municipal approval encounters uncertainty, paper dependency, fragmented communication, or administrative silence. Madam Speaker, bureaucracy should not feel like archaeology. No. Citizens should not have to excavate information. There should not
emotional damage
from office, communication, or administrative silence. Madam Speaker, bureaucracy should not feel like archaeology. No. Citizens should not have to excavate information. They should not have to wander from office to office searching for updates as though governance is a scavenger hunt. Modern government must become visible, trackable, transparent, and responsive. This requires nothing less than a national program of municipal digitization. Madam Speaker, I therefore propose the creation of a Smart Jamaica, Smart Municipal Jamaica initiative. Not an acronym. No. Simply a design to transform every municipal corporation into a digitally capable, citizen-centered institution. It means citizens should be able to apply for permits, licenses, and municipal approvals online.
Yes. 2026 after all.
They should be able to track applications in real time, receive predictable timelines, escalate unresolved delays, pay fees digitally, access service requests through unified platforms, receive updates automatically, rate service, let me say that one again, rate service experiences, monitor infrastructure projects, participate in consultation, and to access municipal information transparently. Madam Speaker, it's not a dream. Systems exist, and we can no longer delay this modernization through the application of digital technology. Madam Speaker, Jamaica must create a unified digital ecosystem connecting municipal corporations across Jamaica. A common platform, integrated standards, shared technology, interoperable systems, one citizen portal, one municipal identity framework, one national standard of responsiveness. Digitization must move beyond paperwork. It must be support resilience. It must know when gullies are blocked, which shelters are not working or resourced, which communities face elevated flood risk, where illegal dumping is occurred. Madam Speaker, technology should help save money, but most importantly, it should help save communities. Madam Speaker, the issue of community engagement and citizen participation in governance is one of the great concerns. Some ministries and agencies do consult, but it is not a part of our governance culture. Perhaps it is because the SDC really isn't doing what the SDC was mandated to do. It was created with an ambitious mandate to reorganize communities, to build local leadership, strengthen civil participation, and to act as a bridge between citizen and the state. In principle, it should be one of Jamaica's most important institutions to facilitate grassroots democracy and community development. Instead, it has become an organization which needs a facelift and to be reimagined. Madam Speaker, I see the time, and I heard your threats, and so I am going to conclude. I am going to conclude because I'm a disciplined member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, the task before us is not merely how we repair and reform local government. The question is, what kind of Jamaica do we wish to build? Do we accept a system in which citizens are too often spectators, consulted only at election time, and then left to navigate failing systems and failing services, inadequate local planning, neglected communities, and decisions made far from the people they affect? Or do we choose a Jamaica where governance is brought closer to the people, where communities have a voice, Local institutions have strength, and democracy is lived every day, not every 5 years. The proposal...
Hold on. You're not on mic, member. So you still like how you tell me you're a disciplined member of parliament? Anyways, no, it's okay. I'm going to give you the time to wrap up. Give you the time. Anyways, I'm giving you the time to wrap up, member. But you see, because you announced how you're a disciplined member of parliament, it looks like you don't want any time extra at all. All right, go ahead, member.
The proposals advanced here today, Madam Speaker, are not abstract theories. They are practical, achievable, and rooted in a simple democratic principle. The people of Jamaica deserve a government that listens, responds, and delivers, beginning where life is lived. In our communities, in our districts, in our towns. For too long, local government has been treated as the forgotten arm of governance, expected to do more with less, burdened with responsibilities but denied sufficient authority, expected to expedite and inspire confidence while starved of modern systems, resources, and public trust. Yet across the world, the strongest democracies teach us a powerful lessons. Nations thrive when local government thrives. Prosperous countries are built not only from strong central governments, but from capable local institutions that solve problems quickly, involve citizens meaningfully, and create a culture of shared responsibility. Imagine a Jamaica where every citizen can digitally engage with their municipal corporation.
All right, member.
Track projects in real time.
Member, your extra
and
minute and a half is finished,
in
so wrap
budgeting.
up.
Imagine the local authorities, neighborhood councils, youth advisory structures, citizens' assemblies, and transparent decision-making processes. Jamaicans have never lacked talent. And so today, we are saying to you, the dream of local government reform envisioned decades ago remains unfinished business. But unfinished business is not necessarily failed business unless we abandon the courage to complete it. So let this parliament resolve that the next chapter of Jamaica's democratic journey will not be one of over-centralization, delay and exclusion, but one of participation, accountability, innovation, and local pride. Let us build communities where citizens are not petitioners to power, but partners in government. Let us create municipal institutions power, but one of participation, accountability, innovation, and local pride. Let us build communities where citizens are not petitioners to power, but partners in government. Let us create municipal institutions worthy of public confidence.
All right. You can't say I'm unreasonable. All right, member Nito, that's it. You know how long I've been giving you the last paragraph?
Let us finally bring governance closer to the governed. When citizens participate, democracy deepens. When communities are empowered, nations prosper. And when local government works, Jamaica works. God bless Jamaica. God bless the...
I think I made my point. I think I made my point. When the PNP is celebrating and making noise around their mic, she turn off the mic immediately. I'm going to give her credit for her at the time, you know, but I was watching this part of it. Anytime the PMP is celebrating, ladies and gentlemen, the speaker that just spoke, she mute the mic immediately. Go back and listen to when Delroy Chuck finished his speech. Oh, you see them, you understand? Them just Lego themselves. But this is what they do. This is what she does. But credit to the speaker for giving her the extra time. Credit to her for that. I still give her credit, but I still point out the clear biases same way. She wasn't as demonstrative today. Again, she a go on good my side. Me I continue to big her up when she do good, and when she do bad, me I go point it out. When she biased, me I go point it out. She's biased towards the People's National Party after they have spoken and celebrate. She make them celebrate and make up be a nice funny mic, and she never turn it off for more than 60 seconds. Yes, I don't care what nobody wants to say. Me I point it out because they are petty. Let's continue. I big up Miss Natalie Nita Garvey. Excellent speech. You understand? And of course, that is it. Like, share, and subscribe. Yes, my side. Let me see. You know, I'm going to end the live on BOLO VNR and BOLO VNR 2.0 and BOLO VNR clips. Alright, if you guys want to continue to watch the parliament, you can come over to BOLO TBV. I'm going to keep it going there, but I am going to end the live on the other channels. Alright? Big up on yourself, ladies and gentlemen. BOLO TBV, we're still on. Yeah, man, I have to do it that way there, my son. I have to do it that way there. Alright? I have to do it that way there. Hear what they must say now.
Items that we need for today's sitting. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Statement by Minister.
Madam Speaker, today we will have a statement by the Minister of Transport, Telecommunications and Energy, the Honorable Darrell Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of this Honourable House. I wish to provide an update regarding the JPS license negotiation and the findings contained in the preliminary report submitted by the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited on the All-Island power outage that occurred on June 5th, 2026. Madam Speaker, the government has reviewed the current JPS license and identified significant shortcomings, including high electricity costs, inadequate provisions for system resilience, high losses passed on to the consumers, slow renewable energy integration, weak efficiency incentives, and limited opportunities for competition. To address these issues, the government has adopted a two-track approach. The first track involves negotiating a new license with JPS that aligns with the national energy objectives and delivers better outcome for the consumers. And the second track prepares alternative ownership arrangements should negotiations not produce a satisfactory result, ensuring continuity of service and protection of the public interests. The government's broader goal is to reform the electricity sector by increasing accountability, improving affordability and resilience, promoting competition, and preventing the re-emergence of an entrenched monopoly. An electricity license negotiating team comprises representatives of my ministry, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Attorney General's Chambers, the Consumer Advisory Committee on Utilities, local energy specialists, and international technical, legal, and financial consultants have been established to assist in guiding the process. Discussions with the JPS are underway, and the necessary legal, policy, and stakeholder consultation processes are progressing. The Green Paper remains on track for the completion in July, with Cabinet submission expected later that month. Madam Speaker, I remind the country that the current license expires in July 2027, and therefore the government is very, very cognizant of that and also mindful of the possibility of running the clock, which is something that we are not going to accept. The government remains committed to creating an electricity sector that is more affordable, reliable, resilient, competitive, and responsive to the needs of the Jamaican consumers and businesses while supporting national development and economic growth. Madam Speaker, I commit, as I have done before, to keep the Parliament and the country abreast of the negotiations, and of course, obviously, to make sure that the country is fully apprised as the process continues. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I acknowledge the significant inconvenience, disruption, and uncertainty experienced by households, businesses, public institutions, and essential services across Jamaica. An outage of the magnitude of that experience on June 5th is downright unacceptable, and I fully understand the frustration felt by Jamaicans who were affected, especially in light of the fact that this has been going on for 20 years. Not to mention the fact that significant losses were obtained, and there is nothing in the current act for any compensation for those persons, small and large, who were affected by the activities, or their activities were affected by the All-Island power cut. I want to acknowledge the JPS CEO and the technical team who worked tirelessly to restore electricity to communities across the island. Their efforts helped the recovery process and minimize what could have been a far longer period of disruption. And as we know, the history of blackouts could be longer and the misery index soaring. According to the summarized version of the 38-page report, that's the JPS report that I have received, at approximately 9:02 p.m. on June 5th, JPS experienced a total all-island power system outage. The event was initiated within the corporate area during a period of inclement weather accompanied by lightning activity. While the report outlines the sequence of events that led to the system shutdown, I must emphasize that the root cause of the outage has not yet been conclusively determined. Investigations and technical analysis remain ongoing to establish with certainty the factors that triggered the collapse of the national grid. The report also provides details regarding the incident, the operational response undertaken by JPS, the restoration process, and a series of recommendations and follow-up actions aimed at strengthening the resilience and reliability of Jamaica's electricity network. I have reviewed the report and have requested that the investigation continue until all outstanding questions are answered. The Jamaican people deserve a complete understanding of what occurred and the assurance that every reasonable measure is being taken to prevent a reoccurrence. While restoration has been completed, the government and the JPS work is not finished. The government's responsibility extends beyond restoring power. We must determine exactly what happened, why it happened, and what measures are required to prevent a reoccurrence, especially in light of the fact that we have had several of these over the last 20 years. That is a standard I expect from all entities operating within the energy sector and any sectors of my portfolio. Last Friday's island-wide power outage is not an experience that I as minister would ever wish to see repeated during my tenure or any other ministers or government. Quite frankly, as I said before, it is unacceptable in 2026. What concerns me even more is that many of the issues identified in the preliminary report bear similarities to challenges that have been raised before. Jamaicans have a right to ask whether enough has been changed regarding system reliability and resilience, and we simply cannot continue with the same old approach to system failures and expect different outcomes. JPS shutdown history in the years previous are as follows. July 15, 2006, failure of distant relays to operate the Duncan substation following a lightning strike to the Duncan's Bogue 130 kV transmission line. July 3, 2007, due to non-clearance of a fault on lightning arresters for generator number 2 step-up transformer at Old Harbour, where one pole of the 138 kV circuit breaker in the switchyard failed to open properly. January 9, 2008, again due to non-clearance of a fault on the Doheny Tredegar 138 kV transmission line at the Tredegar, and after a wooden transmission support pole fell to the ground. August 5, 2012, again due to non-clearance of a fault on the Doheny Nagas Head 69 kV transmission line at the Doheny end at pole number 1. And August 27, 2016, due to non-clearance of a fault at the Port Authority of Jamaica substation 69 kV transmission line. Madam Speaker, the first 3 incidents have been the subject of OUR inquiries, which set out various recommendations to be implemented by JPS. I have made it clear to the JPS that this incident cannot simply become another report on a shelf. The recommendations and the corrective actions arising from this event must be treated with urgency. Jamaica's electricity system must be strengthened to better withstand operational challenges, severe weather events, and any other risks that could threaten grid stability. The Jamaican people deserve a modern, reliable, and resilient electricity network. They deserve confidence that when lessons are identified, they are acted upon. That is a standard that I intend to uphold. Madam Speaker, as stated before, this entire scenario in the year 2026 is completely unacceptable. It seems like to be the same old. Nothing has changed regarding the system failure all island power outages due to non-clearance. That cannot be an issue that we are grappling with 20 years later, despite a newer grid and advancing in technology over the past 2 decades. As indicated by the JPS, the sequence of trips and system behavior strongly suggests a failure or delayed operation of the primary protection scheme at Hunts Bay on the Rockport line, pending further analysis. This appears to have resulted in a longer fault duration, escalation of disturbance, and a wider system instability. Additionally, the JPS has noted that the environmental conditions, heavy rainfall and lightning, contributed to increased transient faults on the transmission and distribution system in the hours leading up to the event. Following the shutdown, the JPS activated its incident command structure and commenced restoration using a controlled black start and system build-up approach, initially isolating the affected corporate area assets. Restoration proceeded through the establishment of separate electrical islands, notably the Bogue Electrical Island, which provided early supply to Western Jamaica customers, and that was established at 10:01 p.m. And a Central Electrical Island was established at 10:18 p.m., supplying customers in that region. And independent restoration efforts in the corporate and central areas, a secondary system setback occurred at approximately 11:54 p.m. during the delicate generation load balancing, resulting in the loss of the central and corporate area electrical islands, while the Bogue Island remained operational. This event is reflected in the observed dip in load restoration. The restoration process regained momentum following stabilization of generation resources, synchronization of the western and eastern electrical island at approximately 3:14 a.m., which enabled improved
House Leader.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking that you allow the member sufficient time to complete his presentation.
Question is that the minister be allowed sufficient time to complete statement by minister. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Synchronization of the western and eastern electrical islands at approximately 3:14 a.m., which enabled improved system strength and interconnection flexibility. Thereafter, the system experienced accelerated restoration of customers and load, with full restoration of the grid completed by 6:34 a.m. on Saturday, June 6, 2026. While we are grateful that power was restored to customers within a relatively short period, the incident serves as a reminder that Jamaica cannot afford to return to the days when widespread outages and system instability were accepted as a normal part of life. We have made significant progress over the years in improving electricity service. The preliminary findings...
Them say it's a thrill, but speeding can cost up to $20,000 in a fine, or even your life. Observe the speed limits.
If you don't want get radam.
When widespread outages and system instability were accepted as a normal part of life. We have made significant progress over the years in improving electricity service. The preliminary findings indicated that a grid shutdown was initiated by the loss of multiple transmission lines at a time when there was heavy rain and lightning. Additionally, initial investigations suggest a possible misoperation of the primary protection scheme associated with the Hunts Bay Rockfort line. It is also noted that the scheme operated correctly multiple times in the adverse weather conditions prior to this event. These factors collectively contributed to the prolonged fault conditions, cascading generator trips, and ultimately system-wide instability and shutdown. Despite the event and our initial investigations, there are no immediate concerns for grid stability following this event and the operational measures taken. JPS has noted that the system integrity and protection will see a continued detailed analysis of relay operations and a SOE data across all affected substations, inspection and repair of all affected transmission assets, including insulators and conductors on the Hunts Bay Rockfort and Hunts Bay Port Authority lines, comprehensive review and validation of line protection schemes with particular focus on the Hunts Bay Rockfort corridor, removal of the Hunts Bay Rockfort 69 kV transmission line from service on June 8, 2026, pending completion of full integrity checks and validation of associated protection systems. Ongoing investigations will determine the root cause of the protection system performance issue. JPS will submit a comprehensive final report to OUR, to the Offices of Utilities Regulation, OUR, in accordance with the Electricity Act 2025. The June 5th island-wide blackout has also reignited important discussions regarding accountability, consumer protection, and a regulatory framework governing Jamaica's electricity sector. I have consistently maintained that where business and Jamaicans have suffered demonstrable losses because of an outage of this magnitude, the issue of compensation must be seriously addressed and considered by the Jamaica Public Service Company. The incident has further strengthened my resolve to pursue a review of both the Electricity Act and the Office of the Utility Regulations Act to ensure that legislative and regulatory framework is fit for purpose, provides stronger protection for consumers, and equips regulators with the tools necessary to promote greater reliability and accountability within the sector with the necessary sanctions. As discussions continue regarding the renewal of the JPS license, this event underscores the importance of ensuring that the future licensing arrangements contain clear performance standards, resilience requirements, customer service obligations, and appropriate mechanisms for accountability when major system failures occur. The events of June 5th must now more than ever inform the way forward as we seek to build a modern, resilient, and consumer-focused electricity sector for Jamaicans and Jamaica. As we enter the start of the Atlantic hurricane season, we are now 10 days in the start of the season. Preparedness must remain a national priority. Last Friday served as a timely reminder of how vulnerable critical infrastructure can be disrupted. The recent island-wide blackout has reinforced the importance of ensuring that all sectors are fully prepared to withstand adverse weather conditions. I also encourage every Jamaican to take personal responsibility for preparedness as we are in the season. Madam Speaker, I must also make it explicitly clear that the $150 million loan provided to the JPS following Hurricane Melissa was ring-fenced for the purpose of restoration. I've seen several instances of misrepresentation of the purpose of the funds, and I must make it abundantly clear that these funds were not for upgrading of the network, but to ensure that the people in Western Jamaica who were suffering did not have to wait until the end of 2027 to get light and water, possibly waiting as much as 1 year plus before being restored. Thanks to the loan, the needed trucks, linesmen, and barges with equipment arrived in the island, and restoration was able to be done almost 1 year ahead of the utility provider's latest estimate. In closing, the events of the past several days have been deeply concerning. On June 5th, Jamaica experienced a total island-wide blackout under adverse weather conditions and resulted in a cascading failure of the national grid. The outage disrupted daily lives. Since then, restoration efforts have returned service to most customers. However, the impact of this event did not end with the restoration of the grid. Many customers have continued to report power interruptions and localized outages, raising further concerns about the stability and resilience of the electricity network. The preliminary report submitted by JPS has outlined the sequence of events, the operational response, the suggested cause of the wider propagation of the system instability, and recommendations for corrective action. What is clear is that this event has exposed weaknesses that cannot be ignored. Jamaica expects and deserves a reliable electricity system, and they expect accountability when failures occur and decisive action to prevent them from happening again. As Minister, I remain committed to ensuring that the lessons from this incident are fully understood, that all the recommendations are rigorously pursued, and that every stakeholder fulfills their responsibility to strengthen the national grid.
Something is not right.
The objective is not just to simply recover from this outage, but to emerge from it with stronger, more resilient, and more reliable electricity system for the people of Jamaica, and ensuring that JPS is accountable and that there are no further occurrences. The events of June 5th must serve as a turning point, not another chapter in recurring story of system failures. We owe that to Jamaica and the Jamaican people. I want to assure the nation that this matter continues to receive my full attention. As additional information becomes available, further assessments are completed, the public will be kept informed. I must also advise the public that the ministry will be engaging a world-renowned energy expert to assess reports, JPS findings, and the OUR recommendations. I'm confident that this matter can be resolved once and for all under this government and this minister based on the working relationship that we have developed with the current CEO of JPS and the management, considering the successes we achieved together in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, between 2006 and 2012, we had 4 occurrences of this nature, compared to 1 in the last decade. Whilst the frequency has decreased, the greater problem must be addressed. The timeline shows this challenge was inherited by the current CEO, given that he has been here at the helm of the utility company for a little under 2 years, but like the approach of the government, he is determined to have it resolved. Madam Speaker, I have publicly expressed my dissatisfaction with the events of June 5th and the following interruptions. I can hardly find better words to say. The Jamaican public and I are sick and tired of the entire scenario. Over 2 decades. What I can say and assure the Jamaican people is that the matter has my full attention and that my passion will fuel the awesome responsibility and task that comes with this portfolio, and the faith and confidence that the people of Jamaica have placed in this administration will provide the determination to ensure a resolution is found once and for all. Madam Speaker, I was interacting with a few users on WhatsApp, social media, since the outage, and what I can state without fear of contradiction is that when the power went, it affected everyone. It was not political or partial. And what the people of Jamaica expect from this House is a unified approach to getting to the solutions needed to prevent further reoccurrences. I want to thank Jamaica for their patience, understanding, as the government continues to navigate this series of events and eventually to bring to a successful closure. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hey, who mans is this? Who mans is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, the man said there is a problem for the last 2 decades. Right? How long has the JLP been in power? In the last 2 decades. 10 years and 4 years out of the last 2 decades. Call it 15 years because of the third term then start now. So they have been in power for 15 years for the last 2 decades. And the problem has been there and he has been there. So why his government that is so great of the government has not done anything, ladies and gentlemen? Unbelievable. And they put all the blame on JPS. Wow. Let's continue. Let's continue. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe, alright? Mighty God.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we all listened very intently to the Minister, not only in the Parliament, but also on social media in response to this very, very challenging incident. And we couldn't disagree, and we're not disagreeing with the Minister, that this is an unacceptable situation. However, what the opposition wants is to ensure that this series of incident, outrage, and then this reoccur in one form or the other ceases. Because in 2026, with technology as it is, with the media looking on, with Jamaica's status in the global economy, this incident is a big incident to lots of people around the world. And that will only grow the reputational damage. So, Minister, one of the things we want to ensure is that, and I listened to you very carefully, and it is, I heard you say that the focus is not only on negotiating the license, but that you also are looking at alternative ownership arrangements, broader reforms, and that the recommendations for corrective measures are implemented. This is as it must be, Minister, because the matter of how we respond and what on the timely basis on which we respond, considering that we now are into the hurricane season, is a matter of some moment, because we are in the negotiation, and the truth is we are concerned that because, and you refer to the running down, that, and you're acutely aware that in this running down process, that the ability or the incentive or the impetus of JPS to respond to these issues are very, very low. We don't have the leverage on JPS that we would ordinarily have and should have, and that's the reality. So, Minister, I don't know, I think it will be a credit to your negotiating powers, you and your team, to have them act now, not after the license has been agreed and signed, because we cannot wait until 2027 or beyond to fix these issues. So the issues we want to have looked at, Mr. Speaker, are the issues of systems losses,
This has been a perennial issue from the time I was minister way back in 2001. It has been a systemic, structural issue. Contract transparency. Now, Minister, I have said in this House previously that the issue of the LNG contract, the take-or-pay contract, is of some urgency and some concern, because that and the matter of the pass-through of electricity goes straight to the consumers. And therefore, JPS does not have the kind of incentive that it should have to address the issues of electricity cost, because those are straight pass-through to the consumers. We bear the risk and the burden of that. And yet, we have been unable, as a parliament, as a committee in parliament, and I'm not even sure that the cabinet itself have seen this contract. I'm not even sure. And you have confirmed my suspicion that the cabinet has not seen it. Now, how can that be, Minister, when, as I said, this is a straight pass-through to the consumers? So that it is in the consumer's interest and benefit that we know the terms of these contracts on whatever basis. We don't have to publicize it across the world, but we have systems and mechanisms in the courts and in the parliament and in the cabinet that can review these contracts on a confidential basis so that we are aware of what is happening. So this contract transparency issue is a big issue. It's a very big issue. And Minister, if you were to conclude the negotiation and this thing remains as is, we'd consider it not an improvement. The other issue is sector governance. Really have to look at that issue. I fail to understand that the OUR, you mentioned the point that Mr. Grant and yourself and others come in at different stage after the 2006 first incident. But
Member, how much additional time do you need? How much additional time do you need?
Minister, another 5 minutes? Yeah, another 5 minutes.
That's double the time, but let me give you the leeway.
It's a very important issue.
Could you reset the clock? House, the question is that the member be allowed 5 minutes to complete. Those in favor? The ayes have it. Those against, the ayes have it.
Thank you. The issue of the governance structure needs to change. We need to see an improved governance structure. And that will not focus primarily on the negotiation for the license is important. But the question then arises, I've said, when will these other reform measures be undertaken? Yeah? So we'll be looking to see closely whether the negotiation can result in some immediate responses, because we recall that in the aftermath of Melissa, you, again because of the situation with the licenses and the uncertainty, you had to upfront $150 million US. I don't know that you have any similar amount to incentivize JPS to undertake these urgent reforms, because the issue of the KV lines being affected by rain. We are an island, we have rain every day, almost. And it means that if we don't make the fixes, we're going to have recurring incidents. And we are agreed, Minister, that this thing cannot be recurring. The reputational damage to the country is significant. So, Minister, you have a bit of work to do in convincing the JPS that without a license, it has an incentive to enter under reference and to begin the reform efforts now and not to wait till 2027. Minister, I just want to say that you mentioned that the losses.
I made it my goal to stay strong and keep my muscle strength, but the gym became too hard on my body. My friend told me about this app, so I gave it a try. I started small with a
27. Minister, I just want to say that you mentioned that the losses, and I've heard you in the outrage that you intend to ask JPS to compensate. Now, in the same breath, you made the observation that the agreement does not have any provision. Now, how do you propose to do that? To convince them again on the basis of no incentive, no license, and the uncertainty about the agreement that they will now be paying out potentially substantial losses, not only to businesses, but to consumers. So that much, I think you may want to give us some indication about that. Minister, I just want to ensure that the Joint Select Committee, which met on this issue for over a year, and a report was actually concluded. That was never tabled in this House. But the recommendations in that report were, to my mind, and I believe you share the view, sufficiently significant that we will be looking to see what of those measures and those recommendations will be incorporated into the license. Because I think those recommendations will make a substantial improvement over the existing licensing arrangement, which is what we all need and we all are urging. So, Minister, they have some work to do, and we look forward to not only the preliminary report, the final report, and to see what recommendations are there, and to insist that we begin that process of negotiation or reform to ensure that this not occur in this hurricane season. All right? Thank you, Minister.
Very good questions, very good suggestions. I don't have a lot to say. The PMP is firm, and I stand with them on everything them actually dropped there. So, indeed. Like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen.
That I'm happy at the response from opposition colleague in relation to my statement. I can say that the spokesperson, I was in touch with him. He's not in Parliament today, but we are in touch, and we constantly stay in touch, which is a position that I take. I also work closely with the member who responded, because this has to be something that there's consensus on. This is too important, and this is not about us here today. It's about generations to come. So it's important that there is consensus in terms of how we proceed with the electricity issues, which include the license, the reforms, and of course this current situation that we have. And I give up the House undertaking that I will keep the opposition in the loop, and of course consultations and discussions will continue as I've always done. As it relates to your first comment, there's no two ways about it. The reputational damage of all island power cut for any country is a significant reputational issue. The issue of the LNG contract, remember, I share your sentiment, but at the same time I caution you to realize that it is a private sector private sector arrangement, although it was negotiated by a negotiating team at the time. But I will agree with you that we have not got the benefits. The consumers and countries not got the benefits that were intended by the introduction of LNG. And as it relates to the Joint Select, which I chaired, and you were participated member, because of the negotiations at the time, the license, etc. It's not that we are not using information from that was agreed on, but based on all the different timelines that came about, we realized that it would make sense to deal with the license itself. And I want to assure you that in the negotiating of the license, that the reforms have to be done in parallel. They may not actually be completed at the same time, but you can't have a new license with the same regulations and the same act that governs us now, because it will be totally counterproductive. So you said the right thing, a lot of work to be done. It's a moving process every day. What I can assure you, and I can assure my colleagues and the country, is that we are equipping ourselves with the best of the best. So we have our AGC, we have our Ministry of Finance reps, but we also have external lawyers, we have external financial advisors, and we have external technical advisors, because we are going up against very big companies with big lawyers. And we have to make sure that we go into that room that we are evils.
And you ask me again, I'm going to do my work.
So I say to you, member, I appreciate your response, tempered, rational response, and to commit that these discussions as they unfold, the opposition will be kept abreast of it, because it's of the importance of it to have a bipartisan agreement in terms of the way forward in the national interest. Thank you very much.
All right, I recognize the member from South East Senan. All right, he's not ready. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, this is a member from South Manchester. I said a member of South Centre. So to you, was that it? All right. I didn't hear that. We understand you're learning the job. We understand. Minister, you spoke about a parallel track. You said you had one team negotiating and one team working on a parallel track if those negotiations are not successful. But I put it to you that in the time that's left on the license, it is impossible to get a third party to take over the JPS system. There's not enough time to do proper engineering, due diligence, etc. Given, especially given the passage of Minister recently, the unexplained cascading national outages, etc. Any potential purchaser would need, I would guess, a couple of years to do a proper technical due diligence. So in that context, I'm asking you to confirm, one, that the parallel track would be that the government of Jamaica would have to take over the JPS, the distribution network, obviously the private power. The shareholders have their private power generator at Old Harbour, but the government would have to take over the distribution system. And secondly, could you identify for us who these technical advisors are? From the perspective of engineering, from the perspective of power generations and transmission specialists, from the perspective of legal and any negotiating external expertise. Could you identify them specifically?
Thank you very much, member. In relation to your first question, I think based on your background, professional background, you would realize that the question that you're asking me, for me to answer that would not be appropriate at this particular time, for several different reasons. And secondly, in relation to the information that you are requesting in relation to the advisors for the various different areas that we are, I will get that in detailed information and provide you with it. But you can understand that we are 1 year, next month, as you say, is a short time. But the fact of the matter is that we have to walk and chew gum, because the fact is that at the same time, we're not going to end up in a situation where the clock runs down and we have to take a license that is less perfect than we need it to be for the benefit of Jamaica.
The member from South East Senan. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Two questions. On the night of the blackout, at least one house in my constituency burned down. because the gentleman decided to use a candle. Hose caught fire and completely lost.
What?
The question is, well, it raises the question of providing safe, alternate, temporary, I call them, lighting devices, so that we move away from the candles and the lamps and so on. And I just would like to hear your thoughts on where we are, especially with solar lamps. I know there was a pilot program at one point, because that is going to help us not just to take some pressure off the grid, but also make sure people can safely live in safety whenever there's a blackout. The second part of this has to do with the periodic outages which have been taking place. And quite a few people in my constituency anyway are struggling because they're losing their appliances and so on because of the surges in power. I know there's a process, but for a lot of rural communities, accessing the established process is not easy. I'm asking for your commitment. Would you commit to ensuring that there is some simplified process put in place as an immediate response for those who are affected by the blackout and the fluctuations in power which have been taking place since? And finally, I don't know if you had said it because it was difficult to hear sometimes on this side. The previous report from 2016, it's 10 years, and you've said that the recommendations were not fully implemented. What contributed to that, and what's going to be different this time around to ensure that whatever recommendations are made are actually implemented? Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Very good question, Mr. Russell.
Thank you very much, Member. In relation to your first point in relation to the unfortunate loss of a home as a result of the all-island power cut and the use of candle, that is something that is quite frequent, not even to do with all-island blackouts, but ordinary power cuts and some persons who don't have any light whatsoever. And we have lost many lives for it. There is definitely a sentiment that there should be some form of compensation, some methodology. And as I said before, unfortunately, it is not in the current act to make it happen. But there is also something called a moral compass. And when you have 690,000 customers and light goes out all island by no fault of theirs, they have paid their bills, then it is absolutely something that JPS, in terms of good customer relations, should have some kind of scenario that can evaluate and assist. What bothers me is that obviously on a Friday night, which is the night when most people in the country and in Kingston is when they make their little money with their round robins and the bars and the dominoes, etc., and the jerk chicken man and the round robin man. I mean, one cut of the switch and they have lost everything for the night and for the entire weekend. And what do they say? Sorry? Oh, sorry, can't help them to send a child back to school Monday morning when they have spent the money to invest and they can't get a return. So, fact is that the commitment that I'm making to you is that
make a point.
New license and a new act that will go with the license will have mandatory, compensatory measures and sanctions. And I go back, members, because it's not long ago, you know. Melissa and Beryl, the emergency disaster fund, which was as high as $50 million US before Beryl and Melissa wiped it out. The only beneficiary of that was the license holder, you know. There was nothing in there. And I tell a story, I see member from Westmoreland looking at me. When the pole fall on the fence, whether the black fence or whichever fence, chain link fence, and pop it down and mash it up, the licensee claim for the pole and get full compensation out of the emergency disaster fund, and you have to go find block and go to a hardware and buy the materials to fix back your fence. Something is fundamentally wrong with that. It's a flawed license, and it is also a flawed regulations and the act that governs it. So again, I'm very mindful I'm a rural MP, and I know all of us go through it every day. That cannot continue, because even in this situation, and even in normal situations with a power surge and your fridge motor burn up, and you put in your claim and you get the electrician to come, you wait for years to get a response from the JPS. And when you get the response says, sorry, but investigation showed that it was no fault of the JPS. That's what has happened all along. So again, I said to you, we are where we are, and the bottom line is it's time to fix it. As you would say over that side, time come.
We need that clip up. We need that clip up. Wait.
That's what has happened all along. So again, I said to you, we are where we are, and the bottom line is it's time to fix it. As you would say over that side, time come.
No man, this I want that sweet me, not lie. That one that sweet me. Time come, me clip it up.
After and replace
me clip it up, Jamaica.
Of the candles and the kerosene. I can't remember after burial, the distribution of solar lamps to try and replace the use of the candles and the kerosene. I can't remember, don't hold me to it, but I know that my ministry either imported either 10,000 or 12,000 or 15,000. I remember that MPs, I was at Member Hilton's handover. All MPs were given an allocation at that time. Some of you weren't here. Some of you had left, taken leave, and came back. But those of us who served well were here throughout the entire time. So yes, so it's a program. I know JSIF, who is doing the rural electrification. I know that they also have a program in terms of giving free of cost the solar lamps that are charged by solar. You can charge your phone and you have the lamp on it. So that is something that I will follow through to see that program continues. But it was an announcement by the Prime Minister and it started. So your new members wouldn't have been there at the time, but yes, and your former representatives would have been beneficiaries. And it was very effective. Thank you.
All right, announcements. You didn't indicate.
It's quick, and it's not a rebuttal to the quip that was made. Minister, I realize that you will have some challenges with the compensation, right? But in relation to the same persons you spoke about, like the round-robin persons and those other individuals, the government, though, can assist with some of this. They can't compensate them necessarily for the goods that they would have lost, but certainly for the permission and the permits that they would have applied for. I think there should be a discussion between yourself and the Minister of Local Government to ensure that when these persons get a new day to keep their event, that the permits that they would have gotten approval for before, that those can be transferred so that they can have their events made.
Excellent idea, Mr. Dr. Dayton Campbell.
Member, I've heard you say a lot of things in the Parliament. That has got to be one of the best suggestions. You're getting better with age. It's an absolute reasonable, rational, and the fact of the matter, I know that my colleague minister will take it on board because it's not even a refund. They can use it at another time for another event, which means that the municipal corporation doesn't have to find the money to refund. Very, very good suggestion, member. Keep them going.
Wait, I want to go on with Daryl for us in that evening, yeah. I want to really go on with Daryl. What is going on?
Laid on the table of the House are the following. Under the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017, the law reform Zones of Special Operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures, extension of period of operation orders 2026 and their resolutions in respect of the August Town Zone, the Norwood Community in the Parish of St. James Zone, the Greenwich Town Zone, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, the Savannah Lamar Zone, the Parade Garden Zone, Ministry Papers numbered 37 to 43, 2026, titled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Social Interventions Update, December 1 to 2025, May 31, 2026, in respect of the Augustown Zone dated June 3, 2026, the Norwood Community Zone dated June 3, 2026, the Greenwich Town Zone dated June 3, 2026, the Mount Salem Zone Community Zone dated June 5, 2026, the Denontown Community Zone dated June 3, 2026, the Savannah Lamar Zone dated June 5, 2026, and the Parade Gardens Zone dated June 3, 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Look like them are going in Parliament, you know.
Also laid on the table is the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House on the Bank of Jamaica monetary policy statement for the 6th month ended March 2026, and quarterly monetary policy reports dated February 24, 2026, and May 26, 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees. Minister Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives on the Bank of Jamaica quarterly monetary policy statement for the 6 months ended March 2026, and monetary policy reports dated February 24, 2026 and May 26, 2026, respectively.
Thanks, Minister. Notices of motions given orally. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives on the Bank of Jamaica quarterly monetary policy statement for the 6 months ended March 2026 and monetary policy reports dated February 24, 2026 and May 26, 2026, which were laid on the table of the House on the 10th day of, 10th day of June, 2026 be approved. Do I read the next? Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Thanks, Minister. Next is the Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that the next meeting of the House will move the following. The law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community, the law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Denham Town community, law reform zones of special operations, special security and community.
Wait. Hey, Google.
Law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Augustown zone, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town zone, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Norwood community in the parish of St. James, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Savannah zone in the parish of Westmoreland, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Parade Garden zone of extension in the corporate area. Minister. Now, Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that in later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the resolutions.
Thanks, Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move. Whereas Standing Order 32A1 stipulates that the sectoral debate shall last no longer than 6 weeks in each year, and whereas the 2026-2027 sectoral debate commences on April 21st, 2026, and the 6-week period expired on May 26, 2026, be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order 32A1, that the sectoral debates be extended until June 30th, 2026. And Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you. Members, Minister, turn off your mic, please. I put the question, those in favor. Questions and answers to questions. Minister, it is now past 3. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, with the time being 5:35 p.m., I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Member from Westmoreland Central.
Same one. Madam Speaker, the House will recall that on May 13, 2026, I gave notice that I would ask the Minister of Local Government and Community Development the question standing in my name on the question notice paper requiring a written response. Madam Speaker, I wish to withdraw those questions.
Those in favor? Those against? This is a teaching moment, and I hope you're paying attention. I don't think I've seen this for my 10, 11 years in the House. Continue.
Tap your nice. I'll make the Parliament one. It does not stop like that sometimes.
21 days, I will ask the Minister of Local Government and Community Development the following question standing in my name.
They were going to answer the questions today.
No, them send off.
Teachable moment, which part? You allow the people and make them do whatever.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motion for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House, first obtained public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have 3 matters to treat with in public business. We're going to start with the zones of special operations, which I expect we will be able to get through quickly. Then we will have, we will start with the Minister of Finance, who has a very short matter. And then we will do our zones, and then we will do the Civil Aviation Act.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Hey, my side, you know, so I go end the live, though. I don't do no more of this, you know. Yeah, man, I end the live. You can catch your site over by PBC Jamaica, or even Mystic Sensation live, here. I have to end the live. Computer have to get some rest. Look more. Yeah, my people, thanks for coming through. Thanks for hitting the like button. Have yourself a wonderful evening. And check out the videos, the uploads on BOLO VNR 2.1 and BOLO VNR clips. Alright, later. The word is love. Britannia, big up your nice clean self here. See you in the comment section and interact with me. Bless up yourself. Hear that? Up top. Look more. And the people in the bushes, bless up on the